Man kažkaip mažam žmogui toli. Labas rytas visiems susirinkus.
Good morning, everyone. All of those sitting behind the main table, could you please move closer? Because it is really nice to sit behind the table, have a microphone, and ask questions. Please come closer. It is our conference, our participation, and our rights. Therefore, all of us have to sit around the table rather than close to the walls. Now we are going to start our annual conference, Women's Human Rights in Lithuania. And this year it is entitled Sexism in Society and State Institutions. We have a question mark at the end, and this is what we are going to explore. And now I would like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Seimas, Ms. Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen, for welcoming address. Good afternoon, colleagues. Ladies who think alike. We have people watching us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, spectators, let me sincerely welcome you at the conference Women's Human Rights in Lithuania. This conference is held annually as part of the international campaign of 16 days of activism against violence against women. Surely is among the most serious events organized by the Seimas. I am pleased to see many women leaders, politicians, businesswomen. You have gathered here, you have achieved a lot in life, and you enjoy well-deserved recognition in your fields of activity in Lithuania and abroad. Sustainable development issues, the global climate agenda, environmental problems, the quality of education, the fairness of social support system that is dynamically changing world poses these and other challenges to all societies and states. Quite recently, women doctors and nurses in Lithuania and around the world have been at the forefront of the fight against the coronavirus pandemic, bearing the brunt of the workload and risks. Today, we have a new mission to help Ukraine, which is fighting an unprecedented military aggression by the Kremlin, and to take care for the millions of Ukrainian war refugees. The fight for women's rights has a long history in our country, a history of which we can be proud of. The work of various women's organizations to achieve the recognition of women's human rights is inseparable from the statehood of Lithuania. A feminist movement began in Lithuania already at the end of the 19th century. The quest for political rights equal to those of men was reflected in the documents of the Great Seimas of Vilnius. These documents declare the equality of women and men and establish the principles of equal elections to the Seimas, which were constitutionally enshrined in the Provisional Constitution of 1918. Since the restoration of the independence of Lithuania in 1990, women's human rights have been further developed. Lithuanian women dominate the civil service and the public sector, and there are notable business success stories. But despite of this and continued efforts, de facto gender equality is still a challenge that has not been met in many areas of our lives. It is absolutely clear that in today's context, women should not have to choose between family and professional life. One of the priorities of the governing coalition is to ensure that women can successfully combine their various responsibilities and avoid artificial barriers. Over the past few years, we have restructured and streamlined the system of benefits for families with children, and we intend to continue this work. We are consistently creating the conditions for women to start or resume their careers at any time after childbirth. This includes my personal legislative initiatives, which have taken the name of the Family Package, as well as the legislation drafted by the Ministry of Social Security and labor and adopted by the Seimas. I promise that we will continue this work. There is another side of the coin, and I want to talk about it openly at this conference and for the people who have gathered here. Political initiatives that, in one way or another, strengthen the role of women as the nurturer of the family, politically are much easier to raise than others. We have already advanced, and even those initiatives that allow women to combine their family and career commitments more flexibly, to find life-career balance. And they are more difficult, but are also becoming an accepted part of the agenda. Although it is still difficult to understand why there is such a widespread belief that a woman's favorite activity, her work, is not part of her real life, but only an addition to her main responsibilities, and that the reactions to the need to create more opportunities for men to balance their career and family commitments are much more negative. Not to mention more serious changes that risk upsetting the balance of power in society. And, for example, the case of the Istanbul Convention. Many people would say the same. Today is not the right time, because there is a war going on in the neighboring country. We forget that Ukraine, which is defending itself against aggression, has already ratified the Istanbul Convention, because its politicians have understood two things: how vulnerable women and girls are in the years of various crises, and how important it is to irreversibly integrate into the Western world in terms of values, and to be as far away as possible from the supposedly traditional family values that the aggressor, Russia, is supposedly defending. So there is still a lot to be done to ensure that women are able to express themselves freely in all spheres of life. This conference will discuss a particularly sensitive issue, sexism in our society and state institutions. It will focus on the legal regulation of sexual violence, the revision of laws in terms of the protection and enforcement of human rights, and the creation of a two-tier support infrastructure for victims of sexual crimes. In this area, we have also made progress in recent years by criminalizing stalking and establishing the order of protection from violence. But it is evident that a long way lies ahead, because it is even hard to enshrine the principle that yes means yes. And it causes ridicule, indignation, and backlash from people who see themselves as defenders of traditional values. I believe that this conference is a platform for exchanging opinions, for politicians, experts, and it will be very important for making the women's human rights problem as the topical one and for approaching to the implementation of these rights. I would like to thank for this initiative to the Women's Home as well as Committee on Human Rights that has been working on these matters for already a few decades. I wish every success to you, not only during the 16 days of activism, but each day. Thank you.
Tik priminsiu, ką pamiršau, kad yra vertimas, kam reikia.
I would like to remind you that we have interpretation, and if you need interpretation into English, please select channel 1 and select channel 2 if you need interpretation into Lithuanian. And now the floor goes to Mr. Raskevičius, Chair of the Committee on Human Rights of the Seimas. The floor is yours.
Labadiena visiems.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Committee on Human Rights, I would like to welcome all those gathered at the conference Women's Human Rights in Lithuania 2022, Sexism in Society and State Institutions, dedicated to the international campaign of 16 days of activism against violence against women. Welcome and thank you for being here. A fact, 1 in 20 women in the EU has experienced sexual abuse. Another fact, between 60 and 90% of women who have been sexually abused have not reported the crime. One more fact. Studies in the Nordic countries reveal that around 70% of people who experience sexual violence experience shock and paralysis and are simply unable to resist.
Faktas.
Another fact.
Stiprūs sužalojimai
Severe
seksualinės
injuries
prievartos
in
metu
sexual
tiesiogiai
violence
siejasi
are
su
directly
priešinimu.
linked to resistance.
Dauguma
Most
aukų
victims
priešintis bijo
are afraid to resist
fiziškai
or simply
tiesiog negali.
physically unable to do that.
Faktas. Per pastarosius 10 metų
And
pasaulyje
one more
drastiškai
fact,
išaugo
the
taip
use
vadinamų
of the
išprievartavimo
so-called
narkotikų
date rape
naudojimas,
drugs
apsvaiginant
to
savo
stun the
aukas tam
victims
tikrose
has increased
pasilinksminimo
drastically over the
vietose.
last 10 years.
Faktų man
These
pakanka.
facts are enough for me.
Seksualinis smurtas yra
Sexual
problema.
violence is a
Nuo
problem.
seksualinio smurto nukentėjusios
The
aukos
victims
yra
of
itin
sexual
pažeidžiamos.
violence are extremely
Problemą
vulnerable,
būtina spręsti.
and this
O
problem
kaip
must
manote,
be
ar šių
addressed.
faktų
And
pakanka
do you
mūsų
think
politikams,
that these facts are
teisėsaugos
enough for
institucijų
our
ir
politicians,
prokuratūros
law
atstovams,
enforcement, and
nuomonės
prosecutors,
Aš
and those who
galėčiau šitą
form the
klausimą
opinion?
atsakyti, bet
I
paliksiu jį
could answer
tiesiog
this
kaip
question,
retorinį
but
klausimą.
I will leave it
Jau kurį laiką
unanswered.
Lietuvoje verda diskusijos dėl
For
sudėkimo
some time now
koncepcijos
already,
įvedimo
there has been a
įstatyminę
debate
bazę.
in Lithuania about
Siekiant
introducing
apsaugoti
the
nuo
concept of
seksualinės prievartos ir
consent
smurto
into
nukentėjusius
the
asmenis,
legal
visų pirmiausia,
framework in order to
moteris.
protect victims of
Daug
sexual abuse
nuomonių,
and violence, especially
dar daugiau
women.
juokelių,
There are many opinions,
problemų su
even jokes,
karikatūrinimu.
and a sarcasm
Nuomonę
about the
galima
problem.
reikšti, gerai
Opinions
susipažinus su
can
faktais.
be only expressed if you
Faktų nežinant,
know the facts
skleidžiama
well.
informacija
Without
labiau
knowing the
primena
facts, the information that is disseminated is more like
Dėkoju, kad šios dienos
disinformation.
konferencija
I'm grateful
prisideda
that
prie
today's conference in the
informacijos,
Seimas
o
is
ne
contributing to the
dezinformacijos
dissemination of information
Praėjusį
rather
penktadienį
than
Lietuvos Respublikos
disinformation.
generalinė
Last
prokuratūra
Friday, the
publikavo
Prosecutor
poziciją,
General of the
kurioje
Republic
reiškiamas
of
kritiškas
Lithuania
požiūris į
published
teikiamą
a
baudžiamojo
position
kodekso pataisų projektą.
which was very
kuriuo
critical
siekiama apsaugoti
to the
nuo
draft
seksualinio smurto
amendments to the
nukentėjusius
criminal
asmenis.
code, which aims to
Tai
protect victims
pozicijai
of sexual
iliustruoti
violence.
pasirinktas
The
tariamas
position
rašytinio formo
paper
suteikimas,
uses the
kurią
example of an
reikės
alleged
pildyti prieš
written
seksualinius
consent
santykius
form to be
pavyzdys.
filled in before sexual act.
Aš džiaugiuosi, kad valstybės institucijos
I am
aktyviai
pleased that
įsitraukia į
public
diskusijas dėl
institutions are
teikiamų
actively
įstatymų
involved
projektų.
in the debate on the
Tam netgi yra
draft
numatytos
laws of the
specialios
Seimas.
Seimo statuto
There are even special
procedūros.
procedures in the
Įstatymų
Seimas
projektų
statute for
skelbimas
this,
visuomenei
publication of
svarstyti,
draft laws for
klausymai
public
Seimo
discussion,
komitetuose,
hearings in the Seimas
pastabų raštu
committees,
ir žodžiu
submission of
teikimas.
written and oral
Tačiau man dar
comments.
nėra tekę matyti,
However,
kad
I have
valstybės
yet to see the
institucijos
state
suinteresuotos
institutions
viešo intereso
on
gynimu ir
social
nukentėjusių
networks
apsauga
demonstrating their
įstatymų projektų
interest
svarstymai įsitrauktų
in
socialiniuose
defending the
tinkluose.
public interest and protecting
Seksualinį
victims by
smurtą
improving
patyrusios
laws and
aukos
draft
dažniausiai
laws.
jokioms
Victims of
institucijoms
sexual
nepraneša.
violence usually do not
Nėra
report
sąlygos kreiptis pagalbos,
this to
nežino,
any
kaip tai
authorities.
padaryti,
They do not have the
nenori
means to
išgyventi
seek
pakartotinės
help.
traumos,
They do not know how
bijo
to do
ir
that. They
nepasitiki
do not
savo
want to
institucijomis.
relive the trauma.
Generalinė
They
prokuratūra
are afraid
pasirinkusi
to
būdą
and do not
sudalyvauti
trust the
diskusijoje tokiu
institutions.
būdu, kokiu jinai sudalyvavo.
The Attorney
Savo
General
pavyzdžiu
Office has
parodė,
demonstrated
kad baimė ir
that
nepasitikėjimas
by
kreiptis
choosing
į
to participate in the debate in the way it did,
turi labai
that
aiškų
fear and
pagrindą.
mistrust of addressing the
Prieš
authorities
keletą mėnesių Lietuvos
unfortunately
Respublikos
have a
generalinė
clear
prokurorė į Seimo
basis.
tribūnos kalbėjo
A
apie
few months ago,
prokuratūros
the
ir
Prosecutor
karinėse
General of the
skraidančius
Republic of
balandžius.
Lithuania spoke
Labai
from the
apgailestauju,
rostrum
tačiau
of the
man
Seimas
atrodo,
about the
kad
pigeons
balandžiai
flying
galimai
around the
įsisukę į kai
prosecutor's
kurių
server
institucijos
rooms.
socialinių
I'm
tinklų
very
administratorių
sorry,
mintyse ir
but
protus.
pigeons may also have got
Baudžiamajame
into the
procese
minds and
dalyvaujančios
thoughts of some of the
institucijos
administrators of the
institucijoms galiu
social
palinkėti tik
networks
mažiau
of
baimės,
this institution.
daugiau
I
pasitikėjimo
can
nuo
only
seksualinio
wish the
smurto
institutions
nukentėjusiomis
involved in the
aukomis,
criminal justice
daugiau
process less
tikėjimo
fear,
mokslu
more trust
ir žmogaus
in science
teisėmis.
and
Bent
in
10
the
pažangiausių Europos
people's
valstybių savo
rights.
baudžiamuosiuose įstatymuose
At least 10
yra
advanced
tvirtinusios
European countries
susitikimo
have introduced the
koncepciją.
concept of
Ir aš
consent
tikrai nemanau, kad
into
jos
their criminal laws, and I
Dar
do not
kartelį
think
norėčiau
they have made a
padėkoti
mistake.
konferencijos
Once again, I would
organizatoriams
like
bei
to thank
dalyviams
the
už jūsų laiką
conference
ir
organizers
ekspertinės
and
įžvalgas,
participants for
kurios,
your time
tikiu,
and
o tiesą sakant, net neabejoju,
expert
prisidės
insights.
prie konstruktyvių
I
sprendimų.
believe
Linkiu
they
produktyvaus
will
ir įžvalgaus.
contribute to constructive solutions. I wish you a productive and insightful event.
Sveikinimo žodį tars.
Now,
Rachel Ipan-Paul.
I would like to give the floor to Rachel Ipan-Paul, Norwegian expert on gender equality and the committee member of GREV, for her welcome address. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation to be here at this meeting. And I wish to thank Women's House, Vilnius Women's House, and the Human Rights Committee. Also on behalf of my colleague Vanya Sæther from Norway, who is the director of a crisis center in the northern part of Norway. We will both be talking in the panel later. I just wish to say that I have been a member of the Grevio Committee, and the Grevio Committee, I suppose, I'm not sure if everybody knows, but it's an expert committee of the Council of Europe that monitors and evaluates states' compliance with the Istanbul Convention. And I know that Lithuania is debating whether to ratify or not. And always it takes time. It's a process of national debate and consent in the end to ratify. So I wish you all luck in that process. The Istanbul Convention, and I also think this is a very important initiative taken by the Human Rights Committee and Vilnius Women's House in order to also address sexual violence and rape, which is also a crime. And it is important to acknowledge rape and sexual violence as a crime. The Istanbul Convention is based on the understanding that violence against women is committed against them because they are women. So it is gender-based violence against women. And the convention obliges states to address the violation of women's rights and integrity and their right to live free from violence. The convention requires states to take measures to prevent the violence, to protect the victims, and to prosecute the perpetrators. And in order to do these, to address actions and to make actions in these areas, it is very, very important to coordinate policies and measures. So these are all interlinked. And the Istanbul Convention also provides standards for what needs to be done in order to prevent, protect, prosecute violence against women and domestic violence. The Istanbul Convention is also about addressing domestic violence, and as we all know, domestic violence against women is very, very, very common in all our societies. Statistics have shown that, recent statistics show that 12 to 15% of women in Europe face violence in the home every day. And since domestic violence also affects men, but to a much smaller level, states are also required to provide for protection for men and boys when it comes to domestic violence. An overarching principle of the Istanbul Convention is the principle of due diligence, meaning that states are obliged to prevent, protect, and prosecute all cases of violence against women. Not just domestic violence, but the Istanbul Convention covers rape, sexual assault, stalking, I've forgotten female genital mutilation, forced marriage, forced sterilization. So there is a whole range of violences that are recognized by the Istanbul Convention as forms of violence against women. Well, I think I will say more under the panel discussion, but this principle of due diligence is an extremely important principle and standard where the states are required not only to do action to prevent and protect and prosecute, but non-doing, not making action is also a breach of the convention. So, and that we see through case law of the Human Rights Convention. So that is something very important to see, that states are obliged to make action, but when they do not make enough action or proper action in order to protect and prevent, that is also a breach of the convention. So I wish you all luck, and I hope at some point Lithuania will ratify the convention. Thank you.
Dėkojame Rachel ir visiems pasveikinusiam konferenciją.
Thank you,
ir
Rachel,
pereisime
and
prie
thank you
darbinės,
to
po
everyone
šventinių
for
sveikinimų
your
pereisime prie
welcome
darbinės
addresses.
konferencijos
And now
dalies.
we are moving to
Ir
the main
pirmiausiai
part
kviečiame
of the
Liliją
conference,
Henriką
and first and
Vasiliauskę,
foremost I give
atstovaujančią
the
Vilniaus
floor
moterų namus,
to Ms.
pakalbėti
Lilija
apie
Henrika
seksizmą kaip
Vasiliauskienė, representative of Vilnius
gyvenimo
Women's
filosofija
House,
ir praktika.
to give her
Lilija Henrika
presentation of
Vasiliauskė,
sexism
Asociacijos Vilniaus
as
moterų namų
life
prezidentė,
philosophy and
kaip
practice.
psichologė,
She is the president
psichoterapeutė,
of
turinti
Vilnius
30
Women's
metų
House. She
psichoanalitinės
is a
psichoterapijos
psychologist and
taikymo patirtį
psychotherapist
ir
with
tarptautinį
30
eksperto
years of
statusą moterų žmogaus
experience.
teisės
She
apsaugos ir smurto prieš
also
moteris
has
įveikimo
an
srityje.
expert
Tai yra
status
nacionalinių ir tarptautinių
in
metodinių
the
rekomendacijų
women's
ir
rights
kelių valstybės
area.
sertifikuotų mokymo programų
She
skirtų
is
specialistams savo darbę susiturintiems
an
su smurtą
author of a few
patyrusiais
programs
bendrauti.
and publications
Lilija Henrika yra
on violence against
Women
women.
Against Violence Europe patariamosios tarybos delegacija bei kelių
is a delegate
darbo grupių narė, o
of
nuo
Women's
2021
Against
metų Lietuvos
Violence
Respublikos socialinės apsaugos ir darbo ministerijos lygių galimybių tyrėjų tinklo ekspertė.
And she's also an expert of the Ministry of Social Security and Labor of Specialized Group.
Okay. Tai ačiū labai Daiva už pristatymą. Pasinaudodama progą, kaip organizatorių vardu noriu padėkoti visiems sveikinusiems konferenciją, gerbiamai Seimo pirmininkei, gerbiamam žmogaus teisų komiteto pirmininkui ir mūsų viešnioms Rachel Epen Paul ir taip pat jos kolegė iš Norvegijos, Vanya, Sofer. Taip pat nuoširdžiai dėkoti mūsų rėmėjams, kurių vienas yra būtent Veivas, tai yra Women Against Violence Europe tinklas, kurio pagalba mes galėjom būtent užtikrinti mūsų Norvegijos ekspertų dalyvavimą šioje konferencijoje gyvai. Ir taip pat noriu padėkoti Europos lyčių lygybės institutui, kurio būstinė, kaip žinia, yra Vilniuje, taip pat už paramą ir įsijungimą į mūsų konferenciją kaip savo pačių kampanijos Orange the World, padarykime pasaulį oranžiniu dalį. O ši kampanija tai yra
And we're also grateful to all those participating in Orange World campaign, which is the one also responsible for the 16 Days of Activism campaign. Thanks to this campaign, the entire world is engaged in taking 16 days of activism, the main goal of which is to fight against all forms of violence against women. My speech will be focused on gender-based sexism. As we know, Women's rights problems are just as diverse as the women's community as well, which makes up the majority of any society. Historically, women make up one of the two major social groups and was made subordinate to another social group, that of men. So the historically established inequality, the disbalance of rights and power, both in society and within family, is one of the main causes of violence against women. Which is why all democratic states that have ratified CEDAW Convention, that is, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, are committed to overcoming this historical injustice and to apply the necessary special advanced measures in order to achieve de facto equality of genders. As it has been mentioned, violence against women in society and in family is an extreme form of discrimination against women because it undermines all other rights of women and prevents women from using her rights. Those conferences that are dedicated to women's rights, they are meant to review the challenges that we faced and the advantages that we've achieved. And violence is something that is constantly on the radar when it comes to overcoming gender-based violence. As for sexism, sexism is treated as setting off of two genders by giving importance to one of the genders at the expense of the other gender. In order to overcome sexism, we must first and foremost be able to identify sexism. Both men and women are incapable of recognizing sexism equally and resist it at the same time, which is why I would like to focus in greater depth on this in today's speech. In order to better understand this issue, we have to understand that we live in times of a patriarchal society. Society is largely made of men and by men, and it is quite easily perceived when we look at the composition of the Lithuanian parliament. When it comes to the adoption of the key decisions affecting society, the institution in charge of taking such decisions is largely composed of men. Women do not even make up a strong third of the parliament. The recent government that has been composed mainly in reflection of the different genders is still facing a lot of issues and receives a lot of backlash, even though it is publicly admitted that the government does actually manage to cope with the majority of the challenges that the government is meant to face in this term. The government is mainly in charge of adopting the decisions that are mainly the kind of decisions where certain gender-based criticism is unmerited. The rhetorics that has been featured in adopting decisions by today's government is unprecedented. Because apparently if a member of the Seimas is allowed to make certain comments with regard to female colleagues, the member of the Seimas in this case apparently does not lose the confidence in his or her voters, which shows that sexism is still prevalent in our society and prevents our society from seeing the true essence of things. I would like to ask my colleagues to help you demonstrate some of the most inappropriate comments of the members of the Seimas. And I do this simply to better demonstrate the examples of sexist rhetoric in order to eradicate it in the end.
Taip, ir ta kritika gal nebūtų tiek buvę tokios stiprios kritikos, jeigu jinai kaip atėjusi pas mus į tą mišrę, taip vadinamą jungtinę grupę, galima sakyti frakciją, kurioje dabar 13 žmonių, tai jeigu Baškienė gerbiama prisijungs bus 14 žmonių su tokia nepagarba, tik pusvalandžiui atėjo ir su tokia nepagarba išbėgo. Žinot, tai nuomonė tokia ir, kaip sakant, technokratiškas požiūris. Nors suprantu, kad yra žmonės, kur testosteronas trykšta per ausis ir jiems tos subtilumas, žmogiškumas kažkaip, nelabai, kaip sakant, jie spėja tą pagauti.
Miela panelė ministrė iš Laisvės partijos.
Miss Minister,
nėra
Madam
įrodymo.
Minister, well, there's no proof that I should address you as Madam. What do you mean there's no proof? Well, let me give you the proof.
Klauskit, prašau.
Could you please show me some respect?
Ačiū pirmininkė, gerbiamoji premjerė, aš žmogiškai jūs suprantu,
Thank you,
nes
Prime
Seimo
Minister.
pirmininkė
Well, I do
jūs
understand
ministrė
you're
pirmininkė
the
irgi
Prime
žmonės ir
Minister
kartais
and
kyla
you
noras
as
pasukti
Minister,
kairėm. Tai nevalia, kad
well,
maklinėtų iš
you
paskos kažkokie
you
apsauginiai.
are inclined as women to go more to the left. I'm sorry, but
Dėkuoju labai.
I don't think
Kolegos,
you
iš ties kalbame apie labai rimtą
understand
įstatymų
what
projektą,
you
bet
are
gavosi
telling me.
taip, kad turinys davosi
Thank you very
nerimtas
much.
nušties.
Apparently,
Gerbiamos
the
moteris, kreipiuosi jūs, Seimo
the
pirmininkė,
contents
į
of the
premjerę.
draft law is
Gal
unclear.
jums ir atrodo
Madam
moteriškai,
Prime
kad nereikia tos
Minister, maybe
apsaugos, gal
from
jums
a
norisi
female
moteriškai
point of view,
pakalbėti,
it
jūsų,
doesn't
kaip ten
seem to
sako,
you as
mergaičių ir taip toliau,
appropriate.
bet
You would like to
neįsižeiskit.
have this conversation between just you,
O gal
the
tikrai
girls.
laukiama, kol
Please don't take it
jaunus Lietuvos
into
vyrus
offense.
šaudys Rusijos kariai, o žmonas prievartaus vaikų
Well,
akivaizdoje.
maybe young
Bepigu,
men will
kai
be
net nei to, nei kito
shot
neturi.
and raped. It's easy to say
Duodamas
when you
progą,
don't
ką
have
noriu, tai
arguments
noriu
for that.
atsiprašyti visų Lietuvos moterų,
What I'd like
kurios
to do
neturi
is to
ar
apologize
negali
to all
turėti
the
vaikų
Lithuanian women who
ir
do not have
suasmenino
children or
mano
cannot
posakį tuo
have
pačiu
children.
nuraminti,
and,
kad joms mano žodžiai niekaip negalioja. Nes jos
tell
nėra
you that
premjerės ir nekėlė
my
grėsmių
words do
tame
not apply
tarpe
to you
ir
because you're
karo
not
valstybei.
prime ministers and you have not taken part in the assessment of military threats against the state.
Taip. Tai ačiū. Iš principo mes turim jau daugiau mažiau susidarę
Thank you very much.
bendrą
I
įspūdį
believe
apie tai, kaip
we
yra
have
kalbama
a more or less general view
mūsų būtent Lietuvos Seime 302
on the
nepriklausomybės metais.
rhetorics of
Tai
the
vėlgi
members of
tam,
parliament
kad
in
tokia
today's
dominuojančiai lyčiai
legislature.
paranki filosofija.
And apparently this
vienos lyties iškėlimas
philosophy
prieš lyties
is
atžvilgių,
more
lyčių
dominant
supriešinimas būtų
of
pateisinama
one
yra
gender,
pasitelkiamos
and it's being
įvairios
justified
kartais tikrai labai
through
išradingos technologijos.
different
Viena iš
techniques.
jų
One
tai
of
yra
them
agresyvus, taip vadinamų
is
tradicinių
aggressive
šeimos vertybių piršimas.
promotion, so to say, of traditional family values. And if you deconstruct them, they're nothing more than a collection of flawed stereotypes. The theory of gender complementarity is something that is used in deriving those traditional stereotypes. Was commonly referred to as the defensive reaction of the patriarchal society, the so-called God's order was referred to, according to which the roles of men and women are not equal. Men are given the role of a leader, and women are given the role of a subordinate. According to this theory of gender complementarity,
ekstensyviai naudojama, sakyčiau, reiškia, vėl neužpildė informacinę erdvę 16 metais, kuomet buvo pradėta gerai organizuota puolimo kampanija.
A well-targeted attack campaign against the Istanbul Convention
dėl smurto prieš moteris ir smurto artimoje aplinkoje prevencijos ir kovos su juo.
Used in order to fight against ensuring prevention of domestic violence against women. It was in 2016 that there were attempts to demonstrate that citizens, reasonable citizens, are apparently against this so-called flawed convention that undermines the traditional family values. The European Parliament's Forum on Sexual and Reproductive Rights conducted several studies. One of them was conducted in 2018. It was called Restoring the Natural Order. The years 2020 saw yet another study. I believe you can see the name on the slide. I forgot it. And there was a third study conducted in 2021. The study was dedicated to funding this campaign. Now, what did all of these studies reveal? They revealed that it was quite the opposite. It was not the reasonable citizens that were against the Istanbul Convention. Rather, it was the well-funded propaganda campaign that could be treated as the reason for this opposition against the convention. Certain instruments were translated into national languages, and certain instruments were taken from those translated conventions and used in this rhetoric against adopting the convention, especially when it referred to women's reproductive rights. So, all of these studies, they also showed that the funding of these campaigns, the organization of these campaigns were premeditated attempts to construct
moterų žmogaus teisų. Būtent ataka prieš moterų žmogaus teisės ir lyčių lygybės įtvirtinimą Europoje visų pirma. Ir vėlgi prasidėjus karui Ukrainai, politologai
at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, political analysts mentioned that this was also the beginning of the aggression against the West, because the majority of those campaigns were earmarked by Putin's oligarchs. It was an attempt to set the genders against one against another, and this was also an attempt to set the general mood and the preparation for the war in Ukraine. The majority of the focus was also attributed to those so-called young democracies, countries where the tradition of gender equality has not been fully established.
$70 milijonų.
$70 million, I believe, is the estimate for the cost of this smear campaign. Such countries as Hungary or Poland, they're no longer considered as countries of consolidated democracy where the rule of law and the principle of the primacy of human rights prevails. Thanks again to these campaigns. And it's a pity that a share of Lithuanian society has also been affected by this campaign, not to mention the president's office and other high-ranking officials that have also been affected by this campaign. So I hope you will look into the European Parliament's Forum on Sexual and Reproductive Rights, because I believe you will find even more information on this artificial demonization that has been launched in an effort to undermine the pillars of democracy.
Vėlgi, agresyvus seksizmas, kuris reiškia
Now, aggressive sexism that derives from the requirement to meet certain gender roles is only one of the forms of sexism. There's another one that is more difficult to recognize. This is the so-called benevolent sexism, something that gives priority to women while at the same time condemning them to, say, stay at home and do all the dirty work, such as clean, take care of, tidy up, while at the same time leaving the place for men to do all the littering.
Pabrėžiant dichotomiją tarp taip vadinamos silpnosios ir stipriosios lyties, moterų ir vyrų. Ir kas yra dar turbūt pavojingiau.
This mode of sexism only stresses the existing dichotomy between the two genders. Moreover, this type of sexism is
apdovanojamos. Yra tos gerosios, tos, kurios atitinka patriarchatą.
Originating from women themselves. Because according to this kind of sexism, those that subdue to the existing stereotypes, those women are being rewarded, while those that do not, those are punished. And so, if women want to get a certain kind of treatment, women have to comply with certain requirements.
moteris, kurios
In the end, however,
tampa mažiau
women
atsparios
that
tom
become
agresyviom
less
jėgom.
resilient
Jos, taip sakant, su to jauku
to aggressive sexism.
Jau tarsi interiorizavusios tos reikalavimus ir patalpinamos į tos siaurus jiems
Those women
patriarchato nubrėžtus rėmus.
are being subjected to certain boundaries that are outlined by patriarchy itself. These are women that achieve certain that achieve certain positions, high-ranking positions that are usually occupied by men.
Eksperimentais yra įrodyta, jog būtent geranoriškas
Through experiments, it has been proven that benevolent sexism is no less dangerous than aggressive sexism, because in assessing the reactions to sexism, reaction to aggressive sexism is short-term. However, for those who have experienced benevolent sexism, they require longer time for their cognitive, physical skills to get back to their previous level. Those who have experienced benevolent sexism, they require a lot more time to get their previous cognitive skills back at the same level where they were. Benevolent sexism is also the kind of sexism that establishes a situation where women are the ones that have to bring the women back to the kind of role that was established by nature, which is to be a caregiver in the family, protector. So, state institutions are the ones that should be in charge of eradicating sexism in society. The ombudsperson for the children's rights is the kind of institution that should be pretty much engaged in this process, because this is the kind of institution that is the first to adopt patriarchal stereotypes. The presumption of innocence must always be borne in mind. Certainly, Soviet understanding is still very much prevalent. However, we have double standards existing in our society when it comes to the different genders. Women who apparently need help, women are subjected to the Soviet type of thinking. Our laws stipulate that if women are incapable of protecting their children from their partners, children should be taken away from their mothers, at the same time breaching with the Convention of the Right of the Children, because children should stay with the parent they feel safe with, which is usually the woman. And mothers are, for some reason, being intimidated. So our law on the protection against domestic violence is the one that should protect women, but at the same time when it comes to the protection of children, their rights are not protected because quite often it is the case where children are taken from families and they go through different foster care institutions and foster families.
Tokių praktikų rezultate vaikai išvysto sunkią psichikos negalią, pradeda save žaloti ir net nusižudo.
This results even in suicides when it comes to the children taken into foster care.
Žmogaus teisų komisijoje man džiugu pastebėti, kad aš buvau viena iš jos iniciatorių ir
I was
steigėjų.
one of the founders of
Ir ta
the
komisija yra prie
commission,
tarybos, tai yra politinis patariamasis organas.
an advisory body under the council, the municipal council of Vilnius. Could you please be brief because we're lagging behind? Yes.
Apsaugos ir veikimo tarnybos
it
Vilniaus
was
skyriaus vadovas mums būtent ir pateikė, bet šitą sukrečiančią statistiką. Kita
Commission,
forma, kuri
Municipal Commission
absoliučiai
for
yra
the
nekvestionuojama,
protection of children's
yra
rights that
teisėjimas.
commissioned us with
Moteris, kuris skyrybų laike išviešina patiriamą smurtą, taip pat priskiriama
conducting the necessary statistics in order to look into the situation of the rights of the children with respect to ensuring women's rights at the same time.
Kas metai dėl smurto artimoje aplinkoje
So
mes fiksuojame 60 000 kreipimusi.
we have about 60,000 applications from women that seek
Nepaisant to, kad valstybė yra
protection from domestic violence.
surinkti įrodymus,
The state is, however, committed to
nukentėjusiuosius ir bausti.
collect the necessary evidence in order to punish the perpetrators, but pretrial investigations for some reason are not launched simply because there's not enough evidence or that women do not file a complaint.
Galimo sutuoktinio ar partnerio keršto, papildomo smurto, spaudimo ir panašiai. Tai tiesiog, jeigu labai trumpinant, tų pavyzdžių mes iš tikrųjų dėja turim pakankamai.
All in all,
Ir dėja, būtų
there
gerai,
are
kad būtų jų mažiau.
sufficient examples
Tai
demonstrating
kuriame mes gyvename,
the existence of
kuriame
sexism.
seksizmas kaip tos
This is the
socialinės
kind of
dulkės
world
yra
we
aiškiai
live in.
įsėdusios ant visų mūsų
Sexism
gyvenimo daiktų.
penetrates
Ir mes
into
įsikvepiam
all
socializacijos
forms of our
procese.
society,
Todėl ir ši konferencija ir visi 16 aktyvistų
which is why
prieš smurtą
this
prieš
conference,
moteris
as well
dienų
as all the
renginiai
16 days of action and the events of the campaign are dedicated to
ir
eradicate
pažvelgtume į pasaulį per
sexism
moterų ir vyrų faktinės lygybės
and to try and look into the world through the eyes of women. And I'm sure that you will find that once we do that, the world will look much safer, much clearer for every person living on this planet. That's how it should look like. That's how it should be for the next 12 months. So thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Ačiū Lilija. Kviečiam daktarę Jolantą Reingardę.
Thank you, Lilia. Now the floor goes to Dr. Jolanta Reingardi from European Institute for Gender Equality to present the Gender Equality Index for Lithuania for 2022.
Dr. Jolanta
Reingardi is a head of the Research and Statistics Group at the European Institute for Gender Equality. And this group does scientific research in priority areas and develops and renews their gender equality index for each year. Besides that, she was my teacher at university and she opened up all the subjects related to feminism for me. Thank you, and the floor goes to you.
Kiek čia tų minučių? Nu, 10 minučių.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to speak at this conference. I would like to present you the newest gender equality index that was published at the end of October, and it is dedicated to the topic of violence against women. But I think that today I will focus on the reasons for structural inequality between the genders. And these are the reasons, the main reasons for violence against women. Therefore, it is clearly reflected in the Gender Equality Index, and they are very important. Now, very briefly, I would like to say a few words about Gender Equality Index. If someone of you hasn't heard about it, I will inform you that it measures the disparities among genders, and this disparity goes down not because of the progress in the area of women's rights, but because the situation of men is going down. And in order to avoid this, the general progress and the general situation of both genders has to be taken into account. This is the structure, all the areas related to the center, that is violence, health, power, time, knowledge, money, work, things that are included into the Gender Equality Index. As you can see, violence is a little bit apart, and this is because it is aimed at measuring the problem of violence, and it is related to half of the population. Therefore, it is not included into the calculation of the total index. This is the indicator that has to be, there is a scale from 1 to 100, and this year the score is 68.6 out of 100, and it is half a point per year or 1 point per 2 years. And if we are going to move with this pace, we will need 60 years for achieving gender equality. Lithuania is the 20th, ranks the 20th in the 27 member states. Although the progress has been the largest from the 2019, other countries are also moving forward, and Lithuania's score has remained the same. Well, it's just that other countries were moving forward faster. As you can see, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands, and Greece, Romania, and Hungary are the last in the score. About only 7 points difference is between us and the countries ranking the last. Regarding 60.6 index score for Lithuania, as you can see, our score in the area of work is more than 73. However, other indicators are rather low, and they influence the total score. Convergence, gender equality convergence, is a very important indicator. It is sometimes called the convergence, and the countries have to get closer to each other. If you look at the information on the right, you can see the 4 groups of countries, and they are grouped in relation to the average, the EU average, whether they are higher the EU average or lower the EU average, and what is their relation with the EU average. Lithuania belongs to this group of countries together with Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and then the last group, which is called slower pace. And this means that these countries are slowly moving towards the EU average, but the problem is that the EU average is increasing faster than we are moving towards it. Therefore, our distance from the EU average is not getting smaller. Now, if we take a look at the neighboring countries, such as Latvia, Estonia, Portugal, Malta, Croatia, Cyprus. These countries are called catching up countries. They are also lower the EU average. However, they move towards the EU average in a much more rapid pace. And then there is another group of countries, that is Nordic countries, Spain and France, that are above the EU average. And they are either going further from the EU average or developing slower. However, their distance is rather positive. This is the situation in the European Union, and it is unfortunate that Lithuania belongs to the group of slower-paced countries. Now, this diagram demonstrates the green lines demonstrate the EU average, and in all the areas, Lithuania has a lower score than the EU average. Now, how can we describe the progress? As of 2010, the index has risen by 5.5 points. That is less than 0.5 points per year. The progress is slower, and generally Lithuania has gone down by 3 percentage points as of 2010. And the main factors that contributed to better score is the gender-balanced government and the education in gender inequality. We all know that the employment of Lithuanian women, it is very high. If we take into consideration only working men and women, our indicator is very good. We rank the second after Sweden. However, if we calculate the employment as an equivalent of full-time position, that is the number of women who work 8 hours per day, we'll see a huge gap. Although we have a lot of women in the labor market, the distance is rather large in terms of working hours. And it goes up from 4 to 10 percentage points from 2010 to 2020. Now, these are the areas where we need improvement. The gender inequality is huge in money distribution. If we calculate the income from 2010 to 2020, the income of women was growing faster than that of men, from 4 to 11%. The single mothers have lower income, and then there is a huge gap between men and women with higher education. When I speak about income, I have in mind not only remuneration, but they all means that in Lithuania we have a lot of educated women, and unfortunately this is not this doesn't produce any benefit in the labor market. Now we are going to examine the period from 2010 to 2020, and now we see
išaugusią lyčių nelygybę, lygiai taip pat skurdo rizika.
Now, the poverty risk in Lithuania is the highest if we take into consideration single mothers and elderly people. Now, I would like to move forward and to say that the largest progress in as far as knowledge, Lithuania went up, ranked 20th, and then it ranked the 16th. And we have in mind these professions that are called feminine.
Bet čia reikėtų dar pasitikrinti, iš kur ten tie keli procentai atsirado, tai segregacija iš karto pagerėjo rodiklis. Na ir aišku, subalansuota vyriausybė.
We also have a balanced government, and this is the greatest achievement. If we take a look at the parliaments, we'll see that in Lithuania we have 28 women at the parliament, and this is lower than the EU average, and Lithuania probably ranks the 18th. Of course, we still lag behind from the gender balance, and the gender balance is this red line above. The black lines mean quota systems, because a few countries have quota systems regarding the members of governments. Regarding the government of Lithuania, Lithuania is in the area of gender balance zone. We do have a gender balance in the governments. Regarding the company boards, as you can see, there is a huge variety in the European Union, but in Lithuania ranks among the lowest. The black points mean that countries have quotas. However, and the countries that have quotas have already achieved higher indicators. Now, a step backward is in the area of taking care of children. The data was collected during the pandemics in 2021. During the pandemics, 57% of women, as compared to 13% of men, indicated that it is only them, women, who take care of children. The 44% disparity is the largest in the European Union. And here we can see a very specific distribution. Children under 12, and the taking care of these children, it lasts more than 4 hours, and here the disparity is even larger, because the majority of women spend more than 4 hours with children as compared to men. there was an opinion that men returned back to families during the pandemics, that they're going to spend more time at home. However, we haven't seen any positive effects of that. Regarding homemaking, we can see that in 2021, 70% of women, as compared to 8% of men, indicated taking care of domestic responsibility themselves. And 16% of women, as compared to 5% of men, spent more than 4 hours per day for home tasks. This slide demonstrates violence of intimate partner against women. This is the prevalence in 2021, and the situation is exactly as it was in 2012. Every third woman experiences either physical or psychological violence. And if you take a look at the indicators, you can see that as many as 37% of women are in the age group between 65 to 70 years old, because in other countries, more younger women are subjected to violence. And these are women who had a partner during their course of life. In summary, I would like to say that the progress is too slow. How many years does Lithuania need to achieve the average? We do have a few problematic areas, and we need specific solutions to address them. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū, Jolanta. Namų darbus turim. Kritinės sritis turim ir ką veikti visiem metam ir daugiau.
I believe it is now clear what we need to do for the years to come. And now we would like to give the floor to Ms. Birutė Sabatauskaitė, Office of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson. She's been working for many years in different NGOs before that. So a very dear person for us. Ms. Sabatauskaitė will talk on the law on equal opportunities for women and men and its monitoring. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see you all. Just give me a few seconds to put up my slides.
Matosi turbūt, ar ne? Aha, tai kažkodėl man rodo pilnam, persijungia ir ekrane. Taip, tai malonu prisijungti prie šios konferencijos. Labai ačiū už kvietimą.
So it's a pleasure to join you
Vis dar
at this
vyksta
conference. Thank you for the
16
invitation.
dienų kovojant su smurtu prieš moteris.
The 16 days of action are still ongoing. These are very important,
kalbėti, norėtųsi,
crucial
kad
days.
ta aktyvesnė kova atsispindėtų labiau ir strateginėse
Hopefully this fight will be more reflected in strategic political activities, not only within the 16 days of campaigning,
Lygių
but
galimybių kontrolieriaus
throughout
tarnyba
years.
atlieka dviejų įstatymų priežiūrą, tai moterų ir vyrų lygių galimybių įstatymo, kuris
Office of the
priimtas
Equal
dar
Opportunities
99
Ombudsperson
metais. Tiksliau 98 priimtas, 99 įsigaliojo ir lygių galimybių įstatymą. Tai
is
šiandien
in
daugiau
charge
koncentruosiuos
of
kalbėdama
the
apie moterų ir vyrų
implementation and
lygias
monitoring of the
galimybes,
implementation of
kadangi
the law on
tokia
equal
šiandienos
opportunities
tema.
for women and
Tačiau
men.
tik
The
trumpai
law was
pastebėsiu,
adopted
kad lygių
in
galimybių
1998
įstatymas
and
draudžia diskriminaciją
came
visais
into
kitais
force in
pagrindais,
1999.
kurie išvardinti 14
Let me just
pagrindų
mention
moterų ir
that,
vyrų lygių galimybių įstatymas
that the
dėl lyties
discrimination,
konkrečiai.
including
Ir tiktais gal svarbus,
discrimination
koks
of
įvykęs
women against
pakeitimas
all
nuo šių
forms
metų,
of
dėl ko
discrimination
metų pasisakėme, kad
is
būtina
what is
įstatymą
included in the
įtraukti
law.
ir
For
šeiminę
many years we
padėtį,
have
kuri
wanted
nebuvo
to
įtraukta,
include
tai šiuo
the
metu šiais
family
metais ji buvo
status
įtraukta ir
as
įsigaliojo
one
pakeitimai nuo
of the
rugpjūčio
important
mėnesio.
factors in
Tai
the legal
šeiminė padėtis
regulation.
įtraukta po
So
socialinės
family
padėties pagrindu.
status follows the social status.
Tai čia
in
ačiū
this
už
law.
pakeitimus Lietuvos
So
Respublikos
thank
Seimui.
you
Tai
to the
moterų ir
Seimas
vyrų
of the
lygios
Republic of
galimybės
Lithuania for adopting the
prižiūrint jas,
respective amendments.
ką šiandien apžvelgsiu savo prezentacijoje, tai labai trumpai
In my
skundus dėl
presentation,
diskriminacijos,
I
kokiose srityse pasitaiko
review
tie skundai.
the complaints
Keletą
on the grounds of
Taip pat lygių galimybių
discrimination. I will
kontrolieriaus
give you a few
tarnyba
examples.
vykdo situacijos stebėseną ir
Our
iš esmės
office is also in
prižiūri,
charge of the monitoring of the situation.
kaip planuojamos strateginės priemonės gali teikti įvairias rekomendacijas
And
valstybės
the planning of the
institucijoms Lietuvos
different
Respublikos Seimui,
instruments.
ką mes darome nuosekliai tiek savo metinių ataskaitų
In
metu,
our
tiek
annual
visus metus.
reports,
Na ir taip pat,
we
kaip minėjau,
present
čia
the
prie
reports to the
politikos priemonių
Parliament
per
and we
trečias
overview
sritis, ką
the
ir matote
existing
dabar
and
ekrane.
required
Norisi
instruments in
šioje
the field.
srityje pasakyti, kad šiandien labai daug nekalbėsiu apie konkrečiai
I will not focus in
priemonės,
greater
kurios
depth
susijusios
on
su
the
smurto
instruments that
prevencija
are
ir reagavimu į ją,
related
nes žinau, kad apie tai
to
kalba
response to
daugybė
domestic
kitų
violence
ekspertų
or
šiandien.
domestic violence in particular,
Tai
because I know
tiktais
that there are more experts
pasakysiu, kad daugybę metų lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnyba atlieka
Let me just say that for many years we have been organizing opinion polls in the field and we cooperate with the education experts in order to ensure that
įvairiose srityse, reagavimo, prevencijos ir taip toliau. Ir pabaigoje paminėsiu, kokie mūsų nuomonė yra didesni minusai planuojant valstybėje šioje srityje strateginės priemonės. Tai labai trumpai, tik tais, kadangi laiko neturime daug, matosi ekrane, kokiais klausimais, dėl kokių pagrindų dažniausiai žmonės kreipiasi į lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnybą ir akivaizdu, kad dėl lyties kreipimusi yra daugiausiai, tai 203 kreipimusi ir skundai kartu praėjusiais metais. Na ir matosi tada, kad mažiau, nuo 150 ir mažiau, dėl kokybės kalbos, negalios, amžiaus ir panašiai. Na ir pasiskirstimas žmonių, kurie kreipiasi į lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnybą pagal lytį, matosi kampe, tai 44% moterų praėjusiais metais kreipiasi 29% vyrų, na ir taip pat iš kaip besikreipusių 24% juridiniai asmenys, na ir anoniminiai kreipimaisi, kai nežinoma, mes negalime identifikuoti, kas tai yra, tai 3%.
We also receive anonymous complaints, they account only for 3%. Čia svarbu paminėti, kad mano nuomonė ir ne tik nuomonė, bet atsižvelgiant į tyrimus, kad žmonės dėl diskriminacijos, priekabiavimo, seksualinio priekabiavimo ne visada išdrįsta kreiptis ir ypatingai darbo srityje, nes baiminasi, kad praras darbą, netiki, kad situacija būtinai pasikeis, kad pakartotinai patiria įvairias diskriminacijos situacijas, tai verčia dažnai žmonės nebūtinai tikėti, kad kažkaip jų situacija keisis. Tik tais labai trumpam, taip pat Eurobarometro duomenys, ką rodo, tai matosi, čia buvo užduotas klausimas dar 19 metais, kad kai bendrovė nori pasamdyti darbuotojų, renkasi iš 2 kandidatų, turinčių tos pačius įgūdžius ir kvalifikaciją, kurie iš šių veiksnių jūsų nuomonė gali būti laikomi kandidato trūkumu. Tai Lietuvoje konkrečiai 21% žmonių pasisakė, kad lytis gali būti laikoma kandidato trūkumu. Tai vis dar ganėtinai didelis procentas, žinoma, netoks didelis bent jau pagal tą apklausą, kad amžius, negalia, išvaizda ir panašiai. Apparently not only age, disability or other grounds prevent people from seeking certain positions.
Skundo, kad galima būtų įsivaizduoti,
to have a better understanding
kokie skundai yra teikiami lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnybai, tai remiantis moterų vyrų lygių galimybių įstatymų iš darbo ieškančių asmenų draudžiama reikalauti informacijos apie jų šeiminę padėtį, amžių
to require
išskyrus atskirai numatytus atvejus, privatų gyvenimą
personal
ir šeimos planus.
information
Tai
on family life and things like that.
Žmonėm yra viena iš dažnų ganėtinai sričių,
So
kai yra
it is
sakoma, kad
quite
teiraujasi
often
tiek
when we
amžiaus, tiek dėl
receive the
vaikų, kaip
calls
seksis jums čia
from
prižiūrėti
people
vaikus ir derinti
informing
darbą,
us
bet ne iš
that
tos
in their job
perspektyvos, kad kaip čia
interviews
reikėtų sudaryti geresnės sąlygas, nes ir
they
tokių
often receive
klausimų
the
pasitaiko,
questions
kad
on
kaip
family
norėtume,
life,
kad geriau
on
sudarytumėm sąlygas.
the ability
Tačiau
to manage family
dažnai
and
šis
work
klausimas
life.
tikrai užduodamas ne iš tos pusės.
And very often the
ir
question on balancing
čia iš darbo
of family
srityje
and
įvykusių
work
skundų
life
21 metais, tai
is
teksto atrankoje į
posed
Expo 2020, kuri vyko 21 metais, ne
in
20,
violation
nes jau atrodo,
of
kad
our
tie
law
pametai
on equal
supainioti.
opportunities for women
Komisijos
and men.
narys atsakingas už kandidatų psichologinio pasirengimo įvertinimą klausė kandidatės, ar jis žinanti,
For
kad iki
instance,
pusės metų
one
vaikui itin svarbu
candidate,
būti su motina.
was
Vaiko
asked
vystymosi, kiti
if
šeimos nariai to atstoti
he or she
negali.
knows
Klausė
that it
taip
is
pat
important
komisijos narys
for a
kandidatės, nuo ko tu
for a
bėgi.
woman to
Taip
be able
argumentavo
to stay
neva
with the child
vykdantis
if the
psichologinio
child has
pasirengimo
certain,
darbui
let's say,
testą
health-related
atlikdami.
issues.
Tačiau akivaizdu, kad tai yra ganėtinai žeminantis komentarai,
it is quite
nurodinėjantis
obvious,
moteriai,
that,
kuri pati, kaip profesionalė, geba įsivertinti, jeigu kandidatuoja į tam tikrą vietą,
If a woman
kaip derinasi
is
savo šeimoje,
willing
konkrečiai vaikų priežiūra, ką
take
atlikinės,
certain
kaip atlikinės
jobs,
užduotis, tai
the
visiškai
women
nesusiję
are obviously
klausimai su
aware of the
kompetencija
issues
ar su
in their
galimybėmis
family
atlikti
life
darbą.
that they may
Tame
encounter.
skunde lygiai tos
And,
pačios, toje pačioje atrankoje buvo
interviewees
klausima
have
apie
no
mažamečio
right
vaiko
to
priežiūrą ir
ask
motinystę.
the
Pasak
women
nukentėjusios
about their
atrankos
ability
komisijos
to
narys
perform
teigia,
their
kad
job if
pusmetis
they have
netrumpas
certain family
laikas, o
issues.
tokio amžiaus vaikui labai reikalinga mamos ranka. Bei
In
klausia, ar
another
ne per didelė
interview,
jūsų
one woman
asmeninės
was
ambicijos kaina.
asked if
Tai vėlgi žeminantis
the
komentarai
women,
moterų
if the
atžvilgiu.
woman
Čia tik tais
was not
iliustracijos
ambitious,
dviejų iš skundų,
not too
šioje
ambitious in order
srityje.
to assume the
Neabejotinai
position,
skundų darbo srityje
because
pasitaiko
she had a
gerokai
child,
įvairesnių,
a small
ir
child
darbinantis,
who would
ir dėl
require certain
užmokesčio, ir dėl
attention
kitų sričių.
at some
Viena iš
point.
kitų pavyzdžių, kurį norėjau parodyti šiandien, tai šiemet ištirtas
This year,
atliktas tyrimas,
we've
kai seksualinis
conducted
priekabiavimas
a
ir
survey
priekabiavimas nuo
into
dėl lyties, atsiprašau, kur buvo nustatytas. Tai vienoje iš sveikatos apsaugos ministerijai pavaldžių įstaigų pareiškėja teigia, kad vadovas glostė jos rankas, lietė pečius, žandų prisiglaudė prie veido, pasakojo sulaukdavus klausimų ir pastabų apie savo sutuoktinę.
Was inappropriately touched by the employer,
o taip pat,
when in another
kas yra gana
case a
svarbus
woman
aspektas, kas
was
atsitinka darbo srityje, kad išdrįsta asmenys kreiptis ir ką rodo ir šitas skundas, kad tik išėjus iš darbo pareiškėja pateikė skundą, nes nebeištvėrė, sakė, aš nebegalėjau dirbti tokioje vietoje. Tyrimo metu liudytojai ir liudytojas patvirtino matę arba girdėję apie tokį patvirtintą priekabiavimą, dalis taip pat nurodė, kad patyrė panašų, kiti taip pat nurodė, kad įstaigoje buvo gana didžiulė kaita ir ne viena prieš tai išėjusi moteris, bent jau liudytojų teigimu išėjo būtent dėl patirto priekabiavimo arba seksualinio priekabiavimo iš darbo. Tai tas priekabiavimas pasireiškia įvairiais veiksmais, tiek prisilietimais, kvietimais įvairiais nuvažiuoti prie jūros, kartu praleisti po komandiruotės darbo malonę laisvalaikį, pratesti kažkokius tai minėjimus ir panašiai, kalbėjimo apie lytinius santykius ir atlikus šį tyrimą buvo pateiktos rekomendacijos sveikatos apsaugos ministerijai ne tik dėl seksualinio priekabiavimo ir diskriminacijos prevencijos, bet taip pat, kad ir būtų imtasi veiksmų matuojant situaciją įvairiose sveikatos įstaigose, tai yra pasitikrinti, kaip pasireiškia toks elgesys, nes mes eilę metų vis girdime viešoje erdvėje apie mobbingo situacijas. Mobbingas šiaip nėra lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnybos kompetencija tirti tuos atvejus. Tačiau akivaizdu, kad tarp jo patenka ir seksualinio priekabiavimo.
Apparently, sexual harassment is something that also is related to mobbing in certain cases.
Tokiam trumpam priminimui, kas tas seksualinis priekabiavimas yra, tai kaip ir matėsi iš skundo, kad tai gali būti užgulus žodžiu, raštu. ar kitokių veiksmų
Now,
išreikštas
sexual
seksualinio
harassment,
pobūdžio
to be
elgesys
exact,
ir na, jis
is
žinoma, kad
undesirable,
kenkia
offensive,
asmens orumui, sukuriama bauginanti, prieška, žeminti ir įžeidžianti
sexual,
aplinka ir kodėl norisi dar ir dar kartą
whether in
akcentuoti
written
tai,
or in
nes
writing
šiandien
or in
kalbės kitos
action.
pranešėjos daugiau apie seksualinį
I know that
smurtą,
other people will be
tačiau
talking on
egzistuojant
sexual
seksualinio
abuse.
priekabiavimo, pateisinimui ir
When
normalizavimui,
there is
akivaizdu, kad ir
justification
seksualinio
for
smurto
sexual
prevencija
harassment,
tampa labai
apparently
sudėtinga ir beveik
prevention
neįmanoma.
of sexual
Ir
abuse
net kai
becomes
tokie vadinami švelnesni
very difficult.
veiksmai arba mažiau baudžiami veiksmai, kurie nėra baudžiamosios, nebūtinai teisės dalis, tai seksualinis priekabiavimas, kai yra normalizuotas ir paplitęs, asmenims daros tikrai yra labai sunku pateikti skundus tol, kur yra darbo vietose, nes dažnai žmonės netiki, kad kažkas ims keistis atliekant, kiti žmonės būna įsibaiminę, sunku rasti liudytojų, kurie galėtų paliudyti arba išdrįstų toliau dirbdami toje pačioje vietoje paliudyti ir panašiai. Tačiau, kaip ir Konstitucinis teismas pasakė, kad iš esmės kalbėjo apie užuominas ir kokio pobūdžio tai gali būti veiksmai. Ir taip pat įvardino, kad vertinant elgesys laikytinas seksualiniu priekabiavimu arba priekabiavimu dėl lyties atsižvelgtina tai, kaip jį suvokia asmuo, prie kurio priekabauta. Nes labai dažnai naudojamas vis dar argumentas, kad žmonės neva nesuvokia, kad tokie veiksmai ir netaip čia interpretavo kitas žmogus ir čia tiesiog maloniai neva bendravo, betarpiškai neva bendravo su pavaldinėmis arba su kolegomis ir tai atseit buvo netaip suprasti veiksmai. Tai šiuo atveju labai svarbu, kaip atsižvelgia žmogus. Aš gal praleisiu porą skaidrių, tik tais noriu pasakyti, kad be egzistavusių darbdavio pareigų užtikrinti, kad asmenys nepatirtų tiek įsiekiantis įsidarbinti, tiek įsidarbinus, kad nepatirtų priekabiavimo, seksualinio priekabiavimo, diskriminacijos. Taip pat galioja darbdaviams pareiga turėti lygių galimybių politikas, o nuo šių metų lapkričio 1 dienos ir labai aiškiai įvardinta, kad turi būti smurto ir priekabiavimo pranešimų teikimo nagrinėjimo tvarka, o jeigu nuo 50 darbuotojų taip pat ir smurto ir priekabiavimo prevencijos politika. Aš sveikinu šitus pakeitimus, kuriems išdrįso pagaliau Lietuvos Respublikos Seimas, nes šitas rytis, kalbant nuolatos apie priekabiavimą arba seksualinį priekabiavimą, visą laiką būna apipinta didžiausiais mitais, žinoma, svarstant tokius įstatymų pakeitimus, taip kad neva neteisingai bus apkaltinti, na ir kaip jau minima diskusijose, dažniausiai bus neteisingai apkaltinti vyrai, priekabiavimu ir seksualiniu priekabiavimu, nors tam pagrindo jokio nėra teikti, kad kažkaip tai neteisingai būtų apkaltinta ir mes nesame gavę tokių bent jau arba identifikavę melagingų pranešimų apie seksualinį priekabiavimą. Ir akivaizdu, kad darbuotojų apsaugą užtikrinant, ko Lietuvoje dar labai trūksta, tai tokių proaktyvesnių priemonių, dėl to čia stengiamės dirbti kaip įmanoma nuosekliau ir teikti ir pagalbą, ir konsultacijas, ir darbdaviams, ir institucijoms. Tai galima rasti įvairią informaciją lygybėsplanai.lt arba taip pat kalbant apie šeimos ir darbo derinimą, apie kurį buvo užsiminta, kalbant būtent apie indeksą lyčių lygybės, tai daugiau balanso.lt įvairias priemonės kūrė lygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnyba su partneriais, tiek su nevyriausybinės organizacijomis, tiek su kitomis institucijomis, tai šiandien nėra laiko tam apžvelgti. Norisi pereiti prie antros pranešimo dalies, tai yra priežiūros, kaip yra strateginės priemonės planuojamos Lietuvos Respublikoje. Tai akivaizdu, kad nelygių galimybių kontrolieriaus tarnyba, tas strateginės priemonės planuoja, mes atliekame priežiūrą ir teikiame savo rekomendacijas. Tačiau matome labai greitai prabėgant per skaičius, kad Lietuva vis dar 20 vietoje pagal lyčių lygybės indeksą, ar ne, kad smurtas artimoje aplinkoje iškvietimų praėjusiais metais buvo 55 815, tai beveik, galima sakyti, apie 60 tūkstančių, kaip ir buvo pristatyta. Tai iki teisminių tyrimų skaičius mažėja nuosekliai per metus ir praėjusiais metais buvo 5801. Tarp suaugusių nukentėjusių moterų sudaro 79%, vyrai 11% ir iš
nukentėjusių 80,5% nukentėjo nuo intymaus partnerio konkrečiai smurto. Na ir dar norisi pridėti apskritai iš duomenų, kurie galbūt nebuvo paminėti, tai moterų skurdo lygis Lietuvoje yra 22,4%, o vyrų 17,1%. Ir dažniausiai, kaip jau buvo paminėtas, skursta 65 metų amžiaus ir vyresnės moterys, net 42%. Tai akivaizdu, kad tokie skaičiai rodo, kad strateginės priemonės planuojant turi būti atsižvelgiama į visus šitus duomenis ir jiems skirtos turi būti strateginės priemonės, kad ar būtų mažinamas skurdas, arba būtų atsižvelgiama į tai, kiek nukentėjusių yra nuo smurto, kaip organizuojama pagalba, reaguojant. Tačiau, ką mes matome, analizuodami strateginės priemonės, kad lygios galimybės visiems šiuo metu Lietuvoje yra numatytas kaip horizontalusis principas įvairiose plėtros programuose 22-30 metams. Tačiau analizuojant atskirų ministerijų, tada jau planuojamas plėtros programas ir jų gyvendinimo priemonės bei numatytus rodiklius, ką mes bent jau matome, kad trūksta dėja žinių, kaip tie lygybės principai turėtų būti integruojami. Ir dėl to aš ir keliu klausimą, ar lyties aspekto integravimas turėtų būti prieš pastatytas tiksliniams lyčių lygybės priemonėms ir tikrai lyčių lygybės plėtros priemonėms, tai tikrai ne. Ta sako ir jungtinės tautos ir nekartą yra pakartojusios, kad reikalingas tiek integravimas lyčių lygybės į visus įvairius planus, galų gale planuojant susisiekimo plėtrą, pavyzdžiui, bet taip pat ir labai aiškus reikalingi tikslai numatyti, kurie ir uždaviniai bei rodikliai, kurie būtų skirti tikrai lyčių lygybei, pavyzdžiui, pasiekti. Nes su tuo yra taip pat susijusios ir tos tikslinės priemonės, kurios gyvenimas ir skiriamas finansavimas. Ir čia man norisi pateikti, pavyzdžiui, keletą pavyzdžių. Tai yra tokia, pavyzdžiui, priemonė vadinama plėtoti, kuri yra skirta plėtoti efektyvę prevencijos ir pagalbos smurto artimoje aplinkoje sistemą ir stiprinti tarp institucinį bendradarbiavimą. Ir daugiausiai joje yra numatomas įvairūs rodikliai, pavyzdžiui, kiek apmokyti turi būti žmonių. Gerai, kad yra numatytas rodiklis dėl pagalbos suteikimo skaičiaus asmenims matavimo. Tačiau aš neradau nei vieno rodiklio, kuris sakytų, kad reikėtų išplėsti 60 savivaldybių, pavyzdžiui, pagalbos nukentėjusiems nuo seksualinio smurto, ne tik artimoje aplinkoje, bet ir kitose srityse. Tačiau, pavyzdžiui, yra rodiklis, kuris sako, kad reikia 60 savivaldybių iki 30 metų garantuoti prieinamą smurtinio elgesio keitimo programų skaičių. Tai čia tik tais vienas iš pavyzdžių, nes nėra laiko analizuoti daugiau. Mano įžvalga būtų tokia, kad labai gaila, kad nebuvo taip detaliai tęsiama valstybinė moterų ir vyrų lygių galimybių programa. Iš pasidžiaugimo srities socialinės apsaugos ir darbo ministerija tikrai pagaliau pripažįsta, kad reikalinga strategiškai planuoti ir skirti tam dėmesį. Šiuo metu yra rengiamas veiksmų planas moterų ir vyrų lygių galimybių, tačiau jis rengiamas tik 3 metams. Dėl mūsų nuomonė bent jau reikalinga numatyti tikrai labai aiškius ilgalaikius tikslus, jie šiek tiek atsispindi kitose plėtros programose ir aš jų čia visų neišanalizavau, žinoma, prezentacijai, nes tam nėra laiko. Tačiau reikia labai aiškių tikslų, kaip, pavyzdžiui, bus mažinamas nedirbančių moterų skaičius, kuris ypatingai padidėjo po pandemijos ir atotrūkis padidėjo tarp vyrų moterų nedirbančių. Kaip bus skiriamas dėmesys smurtui artimoje aplinkoje, smurtui dėl lyties. Ir čia vienas iš minusų, ką aš matau, smurtas dėl lyties niekaip neatsispindi jokiuose strateginiuose planuose, žinoma, neatsispindi kol kas ir teisės aktuose. Tai jis konkrečiai neminimas yra ir mes tą žinome iš šių metų svarstymo apsaugos nuo smurto artimoje aplinkoje įstatymo, kad nebuvo įtrauktas aiškus paminėjimas ir išskirimas to. To nėra tada ir strateginėse priemonėse, todėl mes labai aiškias teikiame rekomendacijas švietimo, mokslo ir sporto ministerijai, kad tai būtų įtraukta bent jų strateginėse priemonėse, tačiau kol kas nematome rezultato. Na ir aišku,
To take
strateginiai
the
planai
necessary
turi
changes, but
apimti
so
taip
far
pat
no
ir
action
aišku
has been
įstatyminių pokyčių sekimo, įstatyminių pokyčių sekime mes matome
Also, when
ir
it comes to the
pačios
monitoring of
Europos
the
tarybos
implementation of
ar
the
kitaip
laws, we
vadinamos
see
Stambulo konvencijos
respective
ratifikavimą ir
recommendations
priemonės įgyvendinimu jo. Tai tiek trumpai
adopted not only
apibendrinimo gal
by
daugiau
us, but also by other monitoring
tačiau visas
institutions.
priemonės planuojant,
So
mūsų nuomonė
this
privalomai
would
traukti
be
tiek pilietinę
it on
visuomenę,
my
tiek
behalf,
akademinę
but
visuomenę
all in all, I
ir
believe
skirti labai
all the
labai aišku
stakeholder
dėmesį matavimui, tyrimams,
institutions
situacijos,
and
viktimologiniams tyrimams. O
key
taip pat
groups
nusimatant
must
aiškius
be
tikslus
engaged
skirti
in the discussions
priekabiavimo,
on
seksualinio priekabiavimo
the
prevencijai.
recommendations to be drafted, especially when it comes to the prevention of gender-based violence. I try to be very quick, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Sabatauskaitė. And now we would like to give the floor to the last presenter, and this is member of the Seimas, Morgana Danielė. Thank you, Daiva. Thank you, everyone. I will do my best not to speak for a long time so that we can have a coffee break on a timely manner. I will start from a joke. Well, it's not really funny. However, they used to say that Mr. Veriga, member of the parliament, banned alcohol, and Morgana wants to ban sex. Well, this is a joke, and I apply it when referring to myself to make it feel less unpleasant in this dirt pile against me in my efforts to eradicate sexual violence from Lithuanian society. Those of us who followed the situation in recent months now understand well that this is going to be a long work when we talk about the amendments of the penal law. And then the scale of this work is a little bit lower than we would wish to, and the people working in this area would understand with me. The review of all articles should be more thorough and wider. The step that is being done now is a very small step, a very tiny beginning. However, it was very popular among all groups. And my presentation is based on why it is so and why we see the situation as it is now. In Lithuania, violence has been normalized for a long time. It has always been normalized. There was nothing wrong to be children, and there were heated discussions on that, and it still goes on. On Friday, we talked about delinquent behavior, and almost half of the surveyed people were convinced that young people now are involved in more crimes because it is banned to abuse them, which is a complete lie, because fewer young people commit crimes in Lithuania now. However, people imagine it differently, and this is how they relate it to the ban of violence against children. And now this attitude hasn't changed. However, some laws are amended, and now, based on laws, it is possible to defend women and children. And now we are focusing on the sexual violence topic, which seems very new in Lithuania. Quite recently, I spoke at the television program, and I was reading one example when a woman was raped right after childbirth
because a man wasn't able to enjoy sexual relations during her pregnancy, and basically she was raped by her husband when the wounds from childbirth had not been healing, and this woman had to go to the psychologist and address this matter. So now, is there an element of violence, and where is the matter of relations between two people? I quoted this example in one of the press conferences, and now I would like to quote a situation during the two world wars. In the Lithuania between the two world wars, the laws banned to torture animals and birds, but the district chief would not be able to punish a man who would beat his wife or children when he would come home from work, because they are not birds or animals, and the family life with its bitter attributes of life, beaten ribs of the woman and children, is a private matter that stays between the husband and the wife. So I do not think that sexual violence cases have to be addressed by psychologists. And this reflects this tradition of the 1920s. It is impressive that during the Soviet times and during the times between the two world wars, a man was regarded as someone who's not able to manage his sexual desires and can do nothing about that. Therefore, a woman has to take responsibility for the abuser, whether because of the length of her skirt or walking on the dark street or falling to meet the ideal of a Soviet woman. And I also have a quote from the Soviet training. Yanis Zalytis has written a book, and I remember this book when I was a teenager. It had a little heart on the title. And I quote from his book: "Every girl, before she decides to stay with a man, should think twice about whether she is ready to get intimate. Otherwise, this will always be a game with fire for which you will have a high price to pay. Every girl should know what can happen if she gets in a car with a man in the evening and stays alone with him. And it says that a loving man can even contract a disease, for example, prostate infection or neurosis. In other words, a woman becomes responsible for the man's behavior and also for his illnesses. She may cause diseases. I was a teenager when I read it, and then I remember my mother and my teachers repeating this, and this comes from the Soviet times. In general, during the period between the two world wars and during the Soviet times, the laws had the laws forced the woman to prove her clear resistance to the assault because of the assault. Somebody had to hear screams, and victims had to prove signs of violence on their bodies. And not many things have changed. Now we are in the 21st century, it's 2022, basically 23, and now we have cases that are very similar to those of the period between the two world wars. And the decisions are taken on the basis of the fact that a woman wasn't screaming or wasn't crying enough or wasn't resisting enough. And basically, she is to blame. She was to blame because she happened to be in the situation. She was either walking along the dark street or whether she decided to stay with a man. And basically, if a man and a woman say the two of them together, then basically it means sexual intercourse, according
mes per
to
praėjusį mėnesį
the
turbūt daugiausia
opinion,
pamatėm, kad labai daug
the widespread
įsivaizdavimo
opinion.
tokio vis dar yra.
And this imagination is still valid today.
Ir kaip apsirengus pati kalta, kad buvai
Quite often we hear comments on how the woman is dressed and she's blamed for staying alone with a man. And quite often people are surprised, get surprised that a wife may have an autonomy over her body, that she can say no, and she doesn't have to give anything to anybody. And these sources of an obligation of a woman come from the Soviet times. Because as you can see, a man can fall ill if he's refused sex.
Kas jame yra gerai? Jame yra gerai, kad mes turime 151 straipsnį, kuris kalba apie vertimą lytiškai santykiauti. Reiškia, mes suvokiam, kad vertimas santykiauti yra nusikaltimas, mes jau esame dėl to susitarę, įrašę į savo baudžiamąjį kodeksą. Atrodo viskas paprasta. Dabar tai reikia pridėti porą žodžių, ir tiek to pakeitimo. Ir jau tada turėtume žengti žingsnį į priekį reikiamą moters teisių apsaugos atspindėjimų mūsų įstatymuose įtvirtinti, ar ne? Bet štai matom, kad labai sunku tos porą žodžių įterpti, nors straipsnis egzistuoja. Kas su to straipsniu yra blogai? Blogai yra tai, kad jis yra neveiksnus. Tai reiškia, moteris nesikreipia.
And the problem is that it is not working in practice. Women fail to report based on this article. In 2019 we had 6 cases. In 2018, 2, in 2017 we have 5 cases, and in 2020 we had 0 women reporting sexual violence. When a person is minor, then it is the court that collects the evidence, and the court may take a decision that a minor was compelled for sexual intercourse by manipulation or any other means. However, if a woman is adult, she has to report herself, and we've seen very few cases and very few decisions. And quite often these cases that are already in court on rape, not on sexual abuse, we see that they are not in favor of women, they are in favor of the rapists, because women scream too little or not too loud. And the question is why women are not reporting the crimes.
Pirmiausia, tai tų atvejų patiriamo smurto yra labai daug.
There are a lot of cases of sexual abuse. About 80% of women have experienced this abuse in a close environment. However, there are only a few reports on it.
Ir dažniausiai dėl to, kad
women do not report on sexual abuse. And this is because it happens in a domestic environment. Quite often it may be a friend, an acquaintance, a spouse, and a woman
Nes dažniausiai požiūris yra, kad aš turėjau pasipriešinti, aš neturėjau leistis spaudžiama, aš neturėjau leistis, kad manim taip manipuliuotų, kokia aš kvaila buvau. Ir kas įdomiausia, užregistravus šitą įstatymų pakeitimą, daugiausia skambučių žinučių aš sulaukiu iš moterų virš 50. Tai reiškia, kad moterims, kuriuoms užtruko 20 metų, ir daugiau, suprasti, kad jos neapsigynė tada, kai joms buvo 20, 23 ir 25, kad jomis buvo manipuliuota, kad jos buvo verčiamas santykiauti ir tiesiog nesugebėjo ir pačios to padaryti ir nesijautė, kad jas gina valstybė. Tai šiandien tos moterys dažniausiai rašo, kad šito įstatymo pakeitimo labai reikia dėl tų jaunų moterų. Jau turbūt ir nebe dėl manęs, kaip jos rašo, bet dėl tų, kurioms šiandien yra 20 ir kurios turi žinoti šiandien, kad vertimas santykiauti yra nusikaltimas. Jeigu tu esi spaudžiama, jeigu tau grasinama, jeigu tavim manipuliuojama, jeigu tavęs prašoma ir naudojamos bet kokios kitos priemonės. Ir ką mes matom iš situacijos, tai iš tiesų vyrauja didelis nebaudžiamumas, nes šiandien mūsų įstatymas apibrėžtas taip, kad auka turi atpažinti, koks smurtas prieš ją buvo panaudotas, turi kreiptis, ji turi atpažinti, kad tai buvo prieš ją, pavyzdžiui, psichologinis smurtas naudojamas, ji turi pati kreiptis ir, žinoma, tada jau ten vyksta tyrimas, geriausiu atveju, jeigu jinai kreipiasi. Ir tada, aišku, yra įrodinėjama to smurto buvimo atvejai. Ir dažnai pasipriešinimas tam smurtui yra pagrindinis akcentas. Tai kas keičiasi dabar visos Europos įstatyminėje bazėje, tai yra ne koks smurtas buvo prieš tave panaudotas. Ir čia aš kalbu ne apie fizinį smurtą, nes būtent šitas straipsnis kalba apie psichologinį, bet kokį kitą, kuris mėlynių nepalieka. Kurį reikia tirti ir gana sudėtinga byla visada. Nes reikia kaupti įrodymus tokius nefizinius. Tai kad nepasipriešinimas tam smurtui yra akcentas, į ką teismai turėtų kreipti dėmesį, o apie sutikimo buvimą. Ir jeigu to sutikimo nėra arba jo nebuvo, aiškaus laisvos valios sutikimo visoje toje situacijoje, tai net jeigu auka nebėgo, nerėkė, nesipriešino, bet kuriuo atveju tie seksualiniai veiksmai yra prievarta ir smurtas. Todėl, kad jie yra be sutikimo. Pusė Europos šalių šitą sutikimo savoką jau į savo įstatymus yra įrašiusios, tai yra Belgija, Kipras, Kroatija, Liuksemburgas, Malta, Jungtinė karalystė, taip pat Vokietija, Airija, Islandija, Švedija, Graikija, Danija, Slovenija, Ispanija. Nyderlandai svarsto šiuo metu, Norvegijos atstovės čia šiandien yra, Norvegijoje taip pat vyksta diskusijos jau ne pirmus metus. Tai matot, kad šalių yra daug, aš gal noriu atkreipti dėmesį, kad Kroatija, Slovenija, tai yra tokios gal tam tikrą prasme artimesnės šalis Lietuvai, kurios jau šitą turi seniai pasidariusios. Ir pabaigai noriu pasakyti, kad labai dažnai yra, čia jau specialistai daugiau kalba apie tai, kad moteris, kurios kreipiasi, jos vis dar yra atkalbinėjamos nuo to kreipimosi. Ar tu negali išsiaiškinti tarpusavį, čia gal jūsų abiejų reikalas, tu čia pagalvok, ar tau čia tos baudžiamosios bylos reikia, ar tu čia tikrai nori, tau reikės pasakot, detalių daug reikės pasakoti apie tai, kaip ten viskas įvyko, nežinia, ar tu čia ką įrodysi. Yra labai daug atkalbinėjimo net tų moterų, kurios kreipiasi, ir dar yra daug klaustukų dėl moterų, kurios galiausiai pakeičia savo parodymą. Nes jau tada jos kaltinamos yra melagingų pranešimų, bet kaip įvyksta tas parodymų pakeitimas irgi kelia labai daug klausimų, nes tai šiandien minėjo, kad kartais tiesiog psichologiškai visame tame procese be palaikymo Tai kažkada prieš 10 metų smurtas prieš vaikus ir žmonas buvo, kaip čia, dviejų žmonių reikalas, o ne valstybės reikalas. Ir aš nuolat sakau, kad aš buvau ta karta, kuri augo ir žiūrėjo per televizorių į tuos ekranus, į tuos diskutuojančius politikus ir laukia to sprendimo, nes mes gyvenom toje legalaus smurto prieš vaiką ir žmoną realybėje. Ir ačiū Dievui, tas pokytis įvyko. Dėja, jau mes buvom 20-mečiai beveik tuo metu, tai jau buvo pavėluota net ir mano kartai tie sprendimai, bet diskusijos buvo tokios pačios. Smurtas yra smurtas, kam čia reikia papildomų įstatymų apie tą smurtą artimoje aplinkoje, viskas jau čia tam baudžiamajam kodekse ir taip yra, viskas ir taip veikia, nieko nereikia keisti. Šiandien, kai kalbam apie seksualinį smurtą, tą patį girdim, lygiai tos pačius argumentus, nieko nereikia keisti, viskas yra. Ir tada, kai aš klausiu, kad jeigu jau taip viskas yra, kodėl niekas nesikreipia, kodėl mes turim 2 per metus. Kodėl mes matom
If everything is included, why we do not have any complaints, why nobody's reporting the cases of rape and
Kodėl mes
abuse?
matom visą šitą mastą seksualinio smurto, jūs sakot, kad
We
viskas
see the
veikia,
scope
bet bylų
of
nėra.
sexual
Ir
abuse, however,
nebaudžiamumas
we have no cases in
nuo
court.
tarpukario tęsiasi, ar ne?
Basically, impunity
Tai aš
goes
tik noriu
on
pasakyti,
from
kad
the
kelias bus
20s.
ilgas.
And I can
Įstatymų
say
reikės
that
keisti
this is going
ir
to be a long
peržiūrėti viską
road.
išsamei,
We will have
tikrai
to look
daug
through the
ir
laws.
vėliau šitas darbas tikrai
And
turės būti
later on,
tęsiamas
this
platesnė
work will
apimtim.
have to be
Aš manau, kad labai
continued
daug mokymų
continued
reikės
at a larger
teisėsaugai ir
scope.
specialistams. Aš
The law
džiaugiuosi, kad mes
enforcement
jau
officials
skiriam
and specialists
250 tūkstančių kitiems metams.
We'll have
Tai
to
gal
do more.
šiek tiek
We
pajudėsim
have
reikiamą kryptim.
250,000
Aš nemanau, kad
euros
edukacija
allocated
yra
for
vienintelis
this.
būdas
I do not
spręsti
think
smurto
that
problemas. Aš
education
manau,
is
kad
the
smurto problemos
only
turi būti
way to
sprendžiamos ir
address
įstatymais.
violence.
Ir tai
Violence
neprieštarauja
has to be addressed
asmenų
by laws
švietimui
as
ir
well.
mokymui.
And this
Tai tiesiog
is
yra
not in
kompleksas priemonių,
contradiction
bet be
to
įstatymų, taip kaip
education.
smurto ar
This is
artimoje
just
aplinkoje įstatymo
a,
pakeitimo, mes tiesiog
a
neišjudėsim
group of
iš to
measures
mirties
that have
taško.
to be applied.
Ir taip pat pinigų specializuotom paslaugom reikės nuolat.
We will
Tai
have the
šiandien mes
funding for the
tiesiog
specialized
dedam
services.
pirmosius žingsnius
And now
ir
we are
džiaugiuosi,
making
kad
the
diskutuojam
first
šitą klausimą
steps
kartu
in
su
this
kitom vakarų
direction.
Europos šalim, su
And,
Norvegija,
it's good that we are
kitom šalim, kurios
discussing this
šiandien
matter
Suomija,
with
ar
other
ne,
countries such as
Nyderlandais, kurie
Norway,
šiandien
Finland,
lygiai tą patį
the
procesą praeina
Netherlands,
kaip
because
Lietuva,
they are
lygiai
going through
šiandien ryte
exactly the
susitikimą
same
kalbėjom.
process as
Tuos pačius
Lithuania.
juokelius traukia,
And,
tas pačias
they
formas
have
rodo,
the same
appsus
types of
kuria,
jokes,
daug
they
labai
create
juoko
the
ir
same
šmaikštumo
types of
liejasi per
apps,
kraštus.
and
Tai žodžiu,
there's a lot of laughter
mes
and
savalaikiškai esam dabar kartu su Europa ir čia yra
So we
vienas
are
geriausių
together
dalykų,
with other
nes
European countries,
šiandien,
and
būdama
this
šitoje
is
kadencijoje,
one of the
atėjau
best
daryti
things.
progresyvių dalykų, o
I've
jaučiuosi,
come
kad sprendžiu
to
klausimus,
the
kurie turėjo būti
Parliament
prieš
to
30
do
metų.
progressive things.
Tai čia daug
However, I
klausimų,
feel
kuriuos
that
šiandien
I
darau. Tai
have
vat
to
šitas
involve
klausimas nėra
in the
30
matters
metų
that have
vėluojantis,
to be
jis yra
addressed,
savalaikis ir
in the
diskutuoti apie
20s.
jį
This is a
turim
very
šiandien.
timely
Dabar kviečiu į
thing,
kavos
and we have
pertrauką
to
ir diskutuoti
discuss it.
toliau.
Now I
Ačiū labai.
invite you all for a coffee break and continue the discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Morganai, labai čia karščiausias šių dienų klausimas ir tikrai reikia įspręsti.
Morgana. This
Ir
is
Morgana pasakė, kviečiam
really the
susitikti
most topical issue of today, and let's come back
Sušilkim, nes labai šalta.
after the coffee break at 2:35.
Man Elinga rašė 30. Trumpinsim diskusijos dalį. Ką darysi, dar ten yra rezoliucijos prieimimus. Antrą dalį trumpinsim. Man taip sakė, aš esu įgarsinę. Taigi aš tau sakau. Aš ne žmonėms sakau. Antrą dalį trumpinsim.
Gal mes pakviesim į vidurį, aš pasiūlyčiau žinoti programą užėkti 14:40. Tai realiai gerai, saldytas žmogus.
Išjunkite mikrofonus, prašau.
Bet aš nesuprantu.
Labai ačiū visoms grįžtančioms, paraginsiu kitas dar negrįžusias grįžti ir po 63 sekundžių pradėsime.
Thank you very much to those of you who've come back. Thank you to all who are coming back, and we'll begin in exactly 60 seconds.
Tai turbūt galim pradėti. Ačiū labai visoms grįžusioms ir grįžusiems. Aš esu Jūratė Juškaitė, Lietuvos žmogaus teisės direktorė. Moderuosiu šią panelinę
Director of the Lithuanian Center for Human Rights. I will be the moderator of this session. We will try to be on time, although we've begun lagging 5 minutes behind. I joke, but I do understand that we all have different commitments and we have to be at different places at different times. So thank you all for trying to observe the time limits. And today's panel discussion will be devoted to several key topics, which is regulation of sexual violence, consent culture, and the best European practices in organizing complex assistance. I will first give the floor for panelists, and they will each have up to 10 minutes to take the floor. And we will then throw it into a discussion. So, if you have any questions pending for the discussion, please register for taking the floor. And the questions will be asked after we listen to all the keynote speakers. So, it is my pleasure to give the floor first to Ms. Evelina Dirmotaitė. She's a clinical psychologist from Vilnius Women's House. She's been providing complex assistance to women victims of domestic violence. She's contributed to the elaboration of a number of different methodologies, and she's the co-author of AGE Center as well. So, Evelina, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would just like to talk about sexual abuse and the trauma that the victims of sexual abuse suffer. It is important to begin from the fact that freely given consent is what separates sexual activity and sexual abuse. And there can be no freely given consent if the person is unconscious, if the person is sleeping, if the person is affected by psychoactive substances, the person is underage, the person is manipulated, threatened, or physical violence is used against the person. Consent has many other aspects as well that need to be taken into consideration. But it is important to note when it comes to sexual abuse infers certain trauma that tracks the person throughout his or her life. When it comes to the prevalence of sexual abuse, it is quite a prevalent crime. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 women suffer partner sexual abuse, 1 in 3 teenage girls have experienced violent sexual abuse as their first sexual activity. Sexual abuse is a traumatic experience that has long-term psychosocial effect on a human being, something that has been evidenced already. It is related to eating disorders, dependence on psychoactive substances, suicidal behavior, and certainly post-traumatic syndrome, because sexual abuse is most definitely related to that. Certain cancerous cardiovascular diseases can also be attributed to the traumatic effect of sexual abuse. The classical post-traumatic syndromes are related to so-called flashbacks of the traumatic effect, different nightmares, constant tension, constant panic, different sleeping disorders, and so many others. The trauma is also related to the person's understanding of oneself. People usually experience deep feelings of shame, self-criticism. This is related to several factors. First of all, the nature of sexual abuse. First of all, sexual abuse is related to the violability of the most intimate aspects of life. People therefore have deep feelings of shame and guilt, self-disgust. This kind of experience is also something that affects sexuality in general and hinders the feeling of deep sexuality with someone else. People lose self-control, and their viability is also violated as a consequence of experiencing sexual abuse. Another important factor connected to the negative outcome of sexual abuse is the social context. Society usually has very deep feelings of accusations against the victims. It is very difficult to talk about traumatic experiences. However, it is expected that if we tell others about a car accident, a life-threatening disease, we would expect certain feedback from people who are involved in treatment. However, when it comes to sexual abuse, usually women encounter shaming for what has happened to them. And this is all connected to certain myths that exist when it comes to sexual abuse. That is, that victims provoked the assailant in one or other way. Perhaps the woman was dressed in a bad way, perhaps the woman did not avoid sexual abuse, perhaps she did not resist enough. Well, there are many other deeply rooted sexist attitudes that still exist. But this is just a way to remove the responsibility from the assailant and put it on the shoulders of the victim. Women usually internalize those myths on rape. Perhaps they start to think that they should have avoided going into certain situations, shouldn't have dressed in one or other way. All of these myths do not have any grounds for justification in reality. The victims of the crime desperately need specialized assistance, and my colleague, medical expert, will tell you more about that. So emergency assistance right after rape is necessary to the victims. It is important to collect all the necessary evidence and provide the necessary medical assistance. However, long-term psychosocial assistance to such victims is nonetheless important because pretrial investigation is a very lengthy and difficult period requiring assistance to the women. And in the process, people who would not internalize the crime and who have a more objective viewpoint on the crime is necessary. So the psychological assistance must be specialized. The scope of the trauma has already been addressed, which means that specialists in the field must be well prepared. Specialists have to be trained not only in the area of domestic violence but also in sexual abuse. People who have certain certain understanding of sexual abuse and the crime in general. These have to be the people who have an excellent understanding of the human rights situation related to this crime and the traumas connected to this crime. Because if people have certain presuppositions, let's say, they can also contribute to traumatizing the person further on. So this is where we talk about specific assistance earmarked for victims of sexual abuse. So the point of my speech was that specialized psychological assistance is a must for sexual abuse victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelina. Now the floor goes to Associate Professor Kristina Jerienė. She is obstetrician gynecologist.
Tai labas visiems, tai iš karto.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to disappoint you.
Pasakiusi, ką mes ir kiek galime būdami specialistai.
After saying how much we can do and what we can do as doctors. I am working as an obstetrician gynecologist at the University Hospital of Lithuania. I have been working in this area for over a decade now. And these steps are really hard However, step by step, we are moving forward. You may know or not that we have an order in place which defines the assistance to be provided to persons after sexual violence. And this order has been adopted in a hard way. In 2016, we have adopted a methodology. Later on, it was included on the website of the Ministry of Health. Then we developed a textbook for practitioners on the steps to be taken. Everything seems well and good, but this order states that sexual violence, that victims of sexual violence have to go to one of the 5 largest hospitals in Lithuania. Under this order, it was developed in accordance with the standards of the EU legislation, that it states that they have to be separate facilities, people have to work all day and night. However, this is not the case. I need some help for these provisions to work correctly. A victim gave me a permission to share her story. She wrote the following. This happened after the order was adopted. First, when this happened, I called an emergency phone number and police questioned me. I was taken to the hospital. Then I waited for the nurses to examine me. Then I was asked to undress and I was asked whether I was not bleeding. Then they looked for bruises and asked me to wait. Then I went to the doctor's room and then I left rapidly. They said I had to wait for forensic doctors because the doctors could not touch me. Then they arrived and they asked for blood and urine test for examination, also to see whether I was not HIV infected. Then I was looking for a place where I could have this done. I couldn't do anything because the police hadn't issued the permission to do that, and I had to wait it for a long time. And this is a true story, and when I looked into this story, this is her medical record, and anyone can see it.
Tai esmė tame tos ligos istorijos mūsų parašyme, kad
Well, it's indicated whether she had any infectious diseases, whether she had a temperature or not. And then it was written that she was at a party, she was drinking alcohol, and then that she didn't remember what happened, and she woke up in a flat of an unknown woman. Colleagues know that they may call me any time, and one of the calls was the following: a woman was taken and the forensic investigation had to be done. However, we said we could not do that, and then I was threatened that I wasn't fulfilling my duties. Well, this law states the following: the health care authority has to have a special room, special waiting room, which is quite natural. There has to be a special room for inspection, for examination, and then women come to a general reception room together with police. And normally there are many other patients waiting in the same room, and they have to wait in front of the same room for examination. And this does not meet any of the requirements that a person has to have privacy ensured. This order states that the assistance has to be provided to minors and adults alike, the emergency assistance and normal assistance, and any doctor can provide this assistance, whether it is a pediatrician or emergency doctor. But the main thing is that at least 5 specialists have to provide this assistance with the presence of their forensic medical representative. The forensic expert is normally not present, at least in Kaunas, because they probably have a right to decide that any doctor will do his or her duty better than forensic expert. And indeed, this is correct. The forensic expertise may be done by any doctor when the expert is not available and when emergency assistance has to be provided, with the aim not to destroy the evidence. And in this case, a doctor becomes the main expert during this investigation. I do remember these discussions at the Ministry of Health when we said that we, as doctors, when we receive a victim, we can invite the forensic experts and police. However, we were told not to intervene into their work. There is an order, and they know. They liked the sentence part that it is up to them to decide. And quite often they decide not to invite the forensic expert. And then all the information, all medical records have to be transferred to police. And this is how we have it defined at our hospital. When emergency is needed, then you become the forensic expert, and if not, then we have to wait for forensic experts. Then we have to do the We have to take the samples when the victim arrives at the reception center, and quite often certain samples have to be taken later, and the victims do not know where to go. This is not included into the planned assistance. Then it is up to law enforcement, and we can only hand in a leaflet on what has to be done further. Besides that, these samples are not included into the ones that are compensated by the state, and certain of them may be taken only at certain intervals in the family clinics. Then the next thing is the sexually transmitted diseases, which have to be, the prevention may happen only after a certain amount of hours. When she comes after 72 hours, then the completely different process starts. And then the emergency contraception, it has to be offered to all adult women, however, it is costly. And I have investigated the prices, and it costs about 20 euros. The next problem is that we do know that we have to provide not only emergency assistance to the victim and tell where she can get psychological assistance. If she needed any additional assistance or non-emergency assistance, then we would have to send the victim to the family doctor, and this woman would have to wait in line. And this trip is visible to anyone and everyone who can open the website that is entitled e-health. Even her neighbor, if she works at the hospital, for example, she can see the information and use it, abuse it. A victim can also be directed to one of the hospitals that is not among the 5 largest. Then, if she doesn't need any emergency assistance, that's fine, but if she does need it, then the smaller hospitals have to do exactly the same thing. They have to become forensic experts. The AIDS problem is related to timing. All of you have to understand this. We do not have time, and when we speak about victims, this is not something that lasts 15 or 20 minutes. We are doing our best to notice everything that may be used for further investigation, so that a lot of useful information is presented for pretrial investigation. And our aim is to have one examination and one investigation. This protocol is very long, and even if we have to click the windows, it takes a long time. And in the emergency room, we do not have one professional who could ensure all the steps that I have mentioned already. And then there is one other problem. Women, the victims of violence, they normally have other problems, for example, mental health issues, reproduction health issues, they abuse alcohol, quite often they are killed. And I keep teaching my colleagues that one of the steps is the following. Quite often, the victim is with a partner, and this partner does not allow her to speak on her own. So this is an indication, a clear indication about the violence. In the emergency centers, it is hard for us to ensure safety, but quite often victims address doctors because they trust them, while we simply betray them and do not fulfill our obligations and fail to ensure their confidentiality and human rights. We cannot ensure any privacy.
nematysime šito, tik įsivaizduosime.
And until we fail to see all of this, until we are going to live in our imaginations on how it should look like, we will have this situation. These are the problems that are real life problems, and they cannot be addressed by slogans. Thank you for your attention.
Turbūt, kai kalbam apie teisės aktų priėmimą, yra vienas
I believe when it comes to adopting legal regulation, we speak of one level of hopelessness, but when it comes to the failure to provide certain services, I believe we approach the other level of hopelessness. So, thank you very much. I hope I didn't force you to rush with my tone. This does not mean that we should not tell the most important things that we have gathered here to do. Now, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Monika Guliakaitė-Danisevičienė. She is a master at law. She gives lectures on non-discrimination, and she's been working a great deal on the problems pertaining to legal regulation of sexual abuse and harassment and incitement to hate. Thank you very much. Based on European survey, 1 in 20 young women have experienced rape. It is important to note that women with disabilities are more vulnerable, and women with intellectual disabilities have even higher rate of vulnerability. In 2021, in Lithuania, 291 criminal cases related to persons' bodily inviolability have been registered. On the 24th of November, almost 100 of NGOs have addressed members of the Seimas, encouraging them to focus more on the crime of sexual abuse and ensure the necessary legal regulation to this and establish the necessary assistance centers and look into the reasons behind the crime. They were also encouraged to expand the concept of consent and elaborate on Article 151 of the Criminal Code of Lithuania. Currently, there is no uniform legal regulation, and countries could be distinguished into several groups. The first group of countries have established their legal base based on physical abuse. The second group of countries follow the concept of legal consent, and a third country group focuses on mixed model, where they look into both the aspects of consent and physical abuse. The so-called two-tiered approach could be applied when both physical violence is taken into consideration and consent is also taken into account. However, there are certain problems that are also pertaining to the application of the different punishments. There's another approach where no means no. It does not relate to the use of physical abuse, but this usually relates to the crimes where no consent was evident.
Teisės profesorius apie dabartinį sutikimo įterpimą į baudžiamąjį kodeksą taip ir argumentuoja, kad mūsų teisė yra įtvirtinta, kad
So our current legal regulation establishes that
tačiau teismų praktika nuėjo į tai, kad reikalavimo aktyvų pasipriešinimo veiksmų, kad
sexual abuse relates to the crime that is committed against a person by use of physical violence, and consent must be clearly given. The third method that could be applied is that whereby the perpetrator is given the burden of proof. In the Lithuanian law, currently, the victims have to prove their vulnerable state, and according to the Lithuanian law, the elements of physical abuse are the ones that are mainly taken into account when it comes to getting the proof of the sexual abuse. The victims must also clearly resist sexual abuse. However, it is often the case when victims do not resist, do not cry, do not use any physical force to escape the situation, and silence or and the state of silence is something that is often not taken into account in the investigations. But as we know, human bodies have different techniques of fighting stress. It is important to note the challenges that people with disabilities also face. Women with mental psychosocial disability, in the event of sexual abuse, are very often incapable of expressing their lack of consent.
Seimo narių iniciatyvai įtvirtinti sutikimo koncepciją. Tokiu atveju reikėtų įrodyti ne tai, kad buvo nesutikimas, o tai, kad
members of the Seimas are now planning to establish legal provisions pertaining to consent, and we would definitely support that. The current legal regulation does not provide full protection against sexual abuse, and people are therefore classified under different stereotypical understandings. Which is why we are certain that the concept yes means yes should be adopted not only within the legal regulation under Article 151 of the Criminal Code, but also under Articles 149 and 150 of the Criminal Code of Lithuania, because without the consent of one of the parties to the sexual activity is treated as rape. NGOs support the inclusion of propositions on consent, not only in Article 151, but also in 149 and 150. The difference between the different offenses basically relate to the mode of physical abuse that is used. It is stressed in the legal theory that Satisfaction of sexual desires can only be done through the natural processes. However, the existing legal regulation presupposes the existence of different basis for the different offenses. So apparently other modes, those that are less natural, are not taken into account in the existing legal regulation.
Šiuo metu egzistuojantis nusikaltimų skirstymas į žaginimą ir seksualinį prievartavimą yra paremtas
The current segregation between rape and sexual abuse does not take account of the different consequences of the two offenses, which is why it merits certain changes. Moreover, the current legal regulation of the criminal code provides for the two different sexual activities, which apparently are not fully clarified in the current legal regulation. Which
menkina seksualinį smurtą, patirtą nenormatyvių laikomų būdų, tačiau galinčių turėti identiškai žalojančias patirtis.
are crimes that have similar consequences, although they have been perpetrated in different modes.
Tokių duomenų Lietuvoje mes neturime ir remiamės iš esmės tarptautiniais arba ES lygmeniu atliktais tyrimais.
Considering the fact that neither statistical nor victimological studies are being done, I mean quantitative studies, it is very hard to calculate the scope of sexual crimes, and without seeing the right situation, we do not address it enough, and we do not focus enough on the protection of women and other vulnerable groups. The state authorities have to take care of them, they have to dedicate funding, they should not leave the victims to take care of themselves, because NGOs do not have sufficient resources for that. Regarding specialized assistance, the colleagues have already talked about it. We do not have a network of appropriate assistance for the victims of sexual crimes. We have a network of specialized assistance. However, the organizations that are within this network provide assistance to people of domestic violence. Therefore, people who have experienced sexual violence outside the scope have no way to go. There is no algorithm where they could be directed and to the type of assistance that they need, such as psychological, physical assistance. And as has already been said earlier, we need more doctors. The state budget should also compensate, reimburse for the medications and examinations after the violence. Due to these reasons, the NGO urged to have a network of centers for people who experience sexual violence. And the idea is to have at least one national center that could be expanded when establishing the national centers. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū labai. Turbūt ryškėtas.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we now start seeing the whole picture from different perspectives. From the point of view of the professionals who provide assistance. And now we have one more legal presentation. And now the floor goes to Dr. Marina Gušauskienė, and she is a lecturer at Mykolas Riomeris University and a lawyer. The floor goes to you. Thank you very much. Indeed, the colleague has talked extensively about legal regulation in terms of sexual violence. Now I would like to focus your attention on procedural aspects. We have heard a lot about the sources of violence, and the member of the Seimas has even talked about the period in between the two world wars. I'm not going to go that far. However, I'll talk about marital rape. CEDAW recommendation was issued in 1992 when sexual violence was considered as one of the forms of violence against women at home, despite the fact that it has been known a long time ago. Lithuania has still not ratified the Istanbul Convention. However, this convention urges the state to unify the concept of rape and urges to criminalize the actions that were committed against present or former spouses or partners. When ratifying, the ratification of convention is not the end of the road. 1 in 5 women suffer from marital rape, and this problem is very topical. Moreover, it happens behind the closed doors. The victim basically has to prove to the entire world that she's innocent, that violence was used against her. On the 8th of March 2022, a proposal was adopted on the improvement of provisions of the Istanbul Convention. And this proposal besides the criminalization of the forms of violence, including the cyber violence, because quite often people encounter cyberbullying, and sometimes people separate or divorce, and intimate photographs are being published without the victim's consent. So besides all of that, the idea is to do without the necessary element of physical violence. The majority of countries have an element of violence or a threat to use violence as the main element of the provisions. And when it is not proven that there was violence, it is considered that there was no rape. However, marital rape happens without physical violence quite often, or it's hard to detect the evidence of this violence. Sexual violence and rape has to be any actions performed without the consent of the victim. For example, at the beginning, the victim gave the consent, but this does not mean that the consent was given for the rest of the life. A person must always have a possibility to cancel the consent. For example, now I do not want it, and this is it. And these type of actions should be treated as rape. the colleague has mentioned that in some countries this physical bullying element is no longer used, and simply it is enough when the consent is missing. Austria was the first country that adjusted its provisions to Article 36 of the Istanbul Convention. And the Penal Code of Austria has Article 100 and 201, where on rape, and then physical violence and threatening has to be proven. And there is an Article 205 bis, where the provisions are on the sexual inviolability. And this is sexual behavior that is forced upon the victim without the victim's consent and after threatening. Spain is focusing on this provision. The Spanish legislator understands violence, gender-based violence in a broad manner and is not limiting itself with physical, economic or sexual violence. They quite often refer to forced marriage, and these types of violence are criminalized. And then it is being said that such actions, including sexual actions, forced upon a person or a child with the aim to humiliate or to hurt the victim, not necessarily physically. They have to be considered a crime. And in 2018, the Supreme Court of Spain adopted a decision, and I will quote, "Any act of violence against a woman during the intimate relations is considered the act of supremacy against a woman, and these actions are always have to be qualified as gender-based violence." When reading the reports by Grevio, I found some criticism. Against this provision, because there's no data on these criminal acts and no information whether the person was prosecuted for this type of crime and all of the consequences. Referring to Sweden, to the Penal Code of Sweden, Sweden does not have a specific article on domestic violence that would state that, for example, certain actions were committed at home. As of 1998, the Penal Code of Sweden was amended by a special provision, which is called a severe violation of woman's integrity. And the aim was to assess the acts against women by men with whom she had closer relations. Another aim was to strengthen the penal power. This provision was considered a special one, and it may be applied together with other legal provisions, such as assault or rape. The legal regulation is not everything that could protect or save women. It is not enough to amend the laws. In this case, we have to have a holistic point of view. The procedural aspects have to be taken into consideration. We have to focus on collecting the evidence. In Spain, which is praised for its effort to criminalize these acts, the main problem is the following. The burden of proof is on the shoulders of the victim. The victim has to provide the proof, and after some time, well, this shouldn't be the case, because the victim has to endure long hours of questioning, and this causes the secondary victimization. Therefore, I think that it would be worthwhile to consider in one package, by including the procedural aspects on the burden of proof in cases of domestic violence. For example, if the evidence provided by the victim is based on physical or moral damage, then further investigation should not be needed. If a person has marks of violence and has addressed to a psychologist, and if the psychologist records psychological changes, this should be enough. The victim shouldn't be faced with the aggressor. This is one thing. I think that it is important to have the rape shield. And this means that as a practitioner, I often defend victims of domestic violence, and whenever someone speaks about domestic violence, someone raises, the defendant raises the information about the sexual experience of this woman. For example, they say, well, she's the one, she's the type, and this cannot be considered rape because she was providing sexual services for payment. Therefore, we have to have this rape shield. We have to ban certain requests for information on victim sexual history. I would also agree with the fact that early prevention is very important. Kindergarten children, school children should be taught about gender equality and respect. They have to be taught on how they could for them to recognize the violence. Therefore, training is very important. and the people conducting pre-trial investigations do not have sufficient experience, because normally the victim receives the first question, what have you done for another person to behave with you like this? Referring to training, in Sweden, the training is not targeted to lawyers in order not to violate their impartiality, the impartiality of judges. Spain has specialized courts, and the entire process goes more smoothly and quickly there. Regarding the collection of primary information, the source of this primary information are doctors, and they have to document everything. Even, for example, if they fail to write the medical history correctly, the entire process may fail. And I have an example of one patient. Recently, a 16-year-old girl was raped by an older man, and she told about this to her parents. The parents took her to the hospital. She went to the emergency room. However, the gynecologist who was on duty that day stated, I am not an expert and I cannot state whether there was a rape. And he wrote, I am not an expert, and he refused to examine the girl. And then the parents went to the police, and then the police has written the task for forensic medical doctors. And after a few weeks, quite naturally, they couldn't find any evidence. And this pre-trial investigation was stopped because there was not enough evidence collected. And in Lithuania, I can say that there is even a petition to the Court of Human Rights to analyze the entire process and to make sure whether the rights of the victim are not violated by Lithuanian courts. I can go on speaking about this. And one more thing that is very important, and this is the last thing I want to mention. Under the recommendations of the Istanbul Conventions, the sanctions have to be reviewed and analyzed in terms of proportionality. They have to state that the maximum sanction should not be lower than 8 years of imprisonment, and the statute of limitations should be expanded for the perpetrator to be obliged to attend the program of intervention in order to reduce the risk of repeating this crime. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū labai, aš aišku dabar jau nekantrauju išgirsti, kas yra pateiktos peticijos objektas ir ką jūs skundžiat ir gal reikia tiesiog palaukti 6-7 metų rezultate padarys nutarimą ir žinosim, ką daryti.
We just have to wait a few years to see what the court will rule eventually. Maybe then we'll learn what to do with our legal system after the ruling. Okay, and now it is time for our foreign guests from Norway. We have Ms. Rachel Ipen-Paul, who was already presented at the very beginning. Let me just add, what is very important to learn is that Rachel was
smurtą ir prievartą patiriančioms moterims globėja ir darbuotoja santykiuose su Norvegijos vyriausybė be visų kitų titulų, kurie buvo pasakyti.
Among other, the sponsor of the first women's crisis home established here in Lithuania. So please, Rachel, the floor is yours.
I just want to say that we are going to do it together, Vanya.
You go ahead.
Okay, we will have it there. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Vanya Sæther. I am working as a manager at a crisis center and a shelter in the northern part of Norway in a city called Bodø. And Rachel, she has already introduced herself, but I again want to thank you for inviting us here. It's very interesting to be here. It has been a long day, but it has been really interesting and constructive also for us from Norway, so thank you very much for that. So we are going to give you a little tour in the Norwegian conditions, and we will start with saying a little about the Istanbul Convention.
Mm-hmm. And before we start about Norway, I thought that I would...
You can use that.
Yeah. Right. I thought I could... it has been repeatedly talked about the Istanbul Convention and its clause on sexual violence, including rape, and that is Article 36 of the Istanbul Convention. I thought I'd go a little bit into the text itself. The Article 36 of the Istanbul Convention requires states to criminalize all forms of non-consensual acts of a sexual nature, including rape. A central element of the Convention's definition of sexual violence is the lack of consent given voluntarily as the result of the person's free will. So, paragraph 1 of Article 36 covers all forms of sexual acts performed on another person without that person's freely given consent and which are carried out intentionally. This includes A, engaging in non-consensual vaginal, anal, or oral penetration of a sexual nature of the body of another person with any bodily part or object. B, engaging in non-consensual acts of sexual nature with a person. C, causing another person to engage in non-consensual acts of a sexual nature with a third person. So, paragraph 2 of Article 36 foresees that consent must be given voluntarily as the result of a person's free will, as assessed in the context of the surrounding circumstances. While paragraph 3, para 1 also applies to acts committed against former or current spouses or partners. So that's what the Istanbul Convention obliges. Norway, now coming to Norway, Norway ratified the convention in 2017, and it was done as a signal about Norway's intentions to ensure progress in our work, in the country, to protect citizens from violence. Norway was the 24th state to ratify the convention.
Oh, I will try.
What's something?
No, I will just. Oh, but I got it. Okay. So when I started to work for the shelter 30 years ago in 1992, I thought I was going to work there only for 1 or 2 years and then we will get rid of the problem. No, the shelters has been in Norway for about 45 years and still we have at least the same amount, even larger than ever these days. In Norway, these years, 1 out of 4 women experience violence in their own homes, and every 10th woman is exposed annually to life-threatening violence. It's lucky that if she survives. Every year, about 3,000 women and children flee to a crisis center or shelter in Norway, most of all because of the violence of men. Approximately half of the residents in Norwegian shelters come from other countries than Norway, and most of the perpetrators are their partners. Since the year of 2000, more than 165 women were killed by their partners or former partners in Norway. And almost as many children lost their parents because of these killings. So also the last 10 years, more than 20 children have been killed by their parents or died because of deadly violence by their parents. So we still have issues also in Norway, even though it's a very safe country. So we will also see on the numbers of sexual violence and rape in Norway. Almost 1 out of 10 women in Norway have been a victim of rape at least once in her lifetime. And nearly half of the respondents in a big Norwegian study had been subjected to rape before they turned 18 years old. And nothing indicates that the prevalence of rape has decreased over time, as younger women do not report fewer incidents of rape before the age of 18 compared to older women. Almost 1/3 of the women victims reported physical injury, and only 11% of them contacted the health service afterwards.
Well, we can see then Norway has has advanced somewhat regarding equality and women's rights, but sexual discrimination and violence are still major problems. According to a 2014 report, around 8,000 rapes occur in Norway every year, an average of 22 a day. And Norway is a small country, so I think the population is 6 million.
6 million.
6 million.
We just Googled it, it's 5.5.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. These numbers double when rape attempts are included in these figures. The Grevio evaluated Norway. They had their baseline evaluation report on Norway this year, and it gives a comprehensive analysis of the implementation of the Istanbul Convention in Norway. The Grevio report does praise Norway's long history in promoting gender equality, and it does welcome the measures that have been taken through national action plans, because Norway has been trying to address violence against women for the last many years. But regarding legal developments, since Norway says they are considering the adoption of a consent-based definition of the criminal offense, so they are the report hopes that the convention will be applied more strictly in Norway. But despite these achievements in Norway, the report observes an insufficient level of recognition of women's specific experiences with gender-based violence in the legislative and policy documents. In other words, they are commenting on Norway's gender-neutral policies and laws. For example, the Swedish law that you referred to earlier is gender-specific. It's about violence against women, and it's about male violence against women. And Norway has no history of any such distinction between the genders. All policies and laws in Norway are gender-neutral. So this is a critique from the Grevio. And also, Norway, the Grevio report refers to Norway paying less attention or not good attention enough on intersectional discrimination, meaning discrimination faced by minorities and also in cases of divorce where Norway has mandatory mediation especially for couples with children below 16. Yeah. So this they consider also, the report considers something that Norway has to address.
Okay. So when it comes to the conditions in Norway, first of all, we know, and study shows us that 1/3 of the women experience rape will never tell it to anyone. And for children experience sexual violence and assault, it will take in average 17 years before they tell to anyone that they have been exposed to abuse. Most rapes in Norway are never reported. And 84% of all rape cases reported to the police will never reach to court. And about 36% of all rape trials end with an acquittal. That means that a man who commits rape in Norway is unlikely to be punished. Increased efforts during the past few years, such as, for instance, improved access to rape units and amendments to the sexual offenses provision in the penal code, have not changed this. In fact, the statistics show no real improvement. So, in Norway, if you are a man, you can rape and you will not be punished for it. So, as I said earlier, 1 out of 10 women in Norway is raped, and half of them experience this while they are under 18 years old. 1 in 100 men have also been raped. And whenever we talk about women in Norway, someone will come and hit our fingers and tell us to also include men in the debate. Mm-hmm. 1 in 4 women exposed to rape that was investigated reported that others had blamed them for what had happened and that others had withdrawn from them afterwards. In Norway, there is an act saying that individuals under the age of 15 are not legally able to consent to have sexual activity. So if anyone are doing sexual activities or actions against a person under the age of 15, it is considered rape. And then, as you know, we have the ongoing debate about consent in Norway. And in Norway and the whole Europe, activists are fighting to change the rape law so that sex without consent is defined as rape. But unlike our Scandinavian neighbors, Norway is yet to move towards to reform of sexual violence law to make consent rather than violence for the basis for determining rape. So we want consent to be the issue, not that you have been forced or exposed to violence or threatening and so on. So while many forms of crime are decreasing in Norway, as is the case through most of Europe, reported cases of rape are on the rise in Norway. Every day, more women and girls experience rape. And key concerns are barriers to reporting, delay in police investigation. Actually, it can take up to 2 years before a case is going to court after getting into the police office. And it's very few prosecutions and convictions in Norway. A broad consensus on the seriousness of rape seems to exist, as does the view that Norwegian society should improve its capacity to prevent and address rape. The need to combat rape has been addressed in a series of action plans and other policy documents, and it is a key topic in policy such as health, welfare, gender equality, and family and youth issues. Evidence-related problems remain a central issue and are expected to increase with any further extension of rape offense. A consent reform most likely would not solve the evidence problems often faced in such cases. So that all these points of view are the background that we have a debate on this in Norway. And the key to overcome the polarization of the debate is to acknowledge that law has both a practical side, which means that acts must be formulated in a way that will make the police investigation and legal reasoning and decision-making possible. And that is also the concern of the police, that they will not be able to investigate these cases. But we must remember that this also have a symbolic side, which communicates societal values and drawn boundaries. As it is today, rape is defined as obtaining sexual intercourse by violence or threatening behavior, or by having sexual intercourse with someone who is unconscious or for other reasons unable to resist the act. If they are sleeping, if they are sick, if they are on drugs or alcohol. If the abuser has not used violence or threatening behavior to achieve the sexual intercourse, and the abuser also has not taken advantage of the fact that the victim was in a weakened state or that the abuser himself was in a superior relationship, the intercourse will not be covered by the rape provision in Norway. So, if we have a law that demand a consent, will it then change the way the law is practiced? Even today, it is claimed that the difficult issue for the prosecutor is typically to prove whether the sexual activity was consensual or not, and if it's proved that the victim did not consent, that the other part understood it. Because in Norway, it's not enough that you rape someone to get convicted, but you must also show that you understand that this was a rape. So the claim is that to get a law of consent will not change anything, because it still will be very hard to prove the incidents.
Okay. Norway has to protect human rights and follow up on UN recommendations. Deciding on one's own body and sexuality is a human right, but today's criminal law does not reflect this. The UN Human Rights Committee has expressed concern about the high incidence of rape in Norway and has, among other things, recommended that the definition of rape be changed. Norway's definition of rape also does not harmonize with the Istanbul Convention, which Norway has ratified. As we said earlier, the convention, a central element of the convention is consent. And in Norway, still many reports of, like Vanya said, many reports of rape are dismissed and never reach the court because the current legislation is not comprehensive enough. Sweden has its consent law from 2018, and an evaluation of that law shows that it has resulted in more people being prosecuted and convicted of rape. So the Swedish law, based on consent, is having an effect. Reports show that. So the theory is that a consent law will lead to more reports of rape being investigated and hopefully end in fair treatment in the courts.
And an argument against that, and that argument often comes from men, is that it's not necessarily good that more people are prosecuted and more people are convicted, because that could include all the men that was not guilty in the crime.
Yeah. So the debate still goes on. There is a proposal that Norway will amend the law in order to encompass consent. But the argument still is that it's one person's word against the other person's words. But, and that it will still be the situation even if the law based on consent is brought into force. The part accused of abuse will still claim that he or she has obtained consent, except, of course, if a written consent is obtained, and this is what is the focus of a lot of jokes also, as was mentioned earlier by many. And also there is another aspect about the consent law that seems to cause a problem, and that is that it takes the focus away from the rape itself or the act itself, and it is the consent or not consent that comes into focus. But since the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women, the Istanbul Convention that we have all been talking about, and also criticism from several international bodies, and also looking at the developments in Sweden with the Swedish criminal law, there is more momentum in Norway today to go forwards with the consent-based law. There is an acknowledgement now that there is a disjunction between how rape is defined and discussed in public discourse and how the law is defined, interpreted, and applied in the criminal justice system. An understanding that has led to the claim that a law revision should be undertaken in order to align the social and the legal definitions of rape.
And of course, in Norway, as in so many other countries, we have a lot of attitudes when it comes to women being abused or victim of domestic violence and abuse. If this, you can see here, is a statement from an organization for men called Forum for Men. and it says about this debate, the consent debate, as it is today, it seems more as if the difference between the sexes should idly be erased completely. The woman has become the masculine, and the man has nothing to say when he's faced with a law where there is a big loser, himself. With this law, the man risks becoming disenfranchised. Yes. So there are also a lot of jokes and a lot of, excuse my French, unintelligent debates on this field these days. It's argument that we cannot buy in anyhow, and it's also a lot of, I think the debate probably also have done something to the attitudes with the young boys. So they are talking about this as it is a joke or it's funny, and I think that will be really not good for the debate. So we have a lot of power from that side, and it's quite strong. And as you see on this photo, it's not rape, it's just forced pleasure. This is an attitude that is very often seen in the public room. So for all these years I have been working at the shelter, I must also say that one of the biggest group of women being exposed to rape is women in a marriage. Almost every client we meet in the shelter that are in a relationship has been experienced rape in the relationship. And of course, that is that is especially hard to talk about, that you are married to someone, that you're in a relationship where you are experience this abuse. But a lot of our clients don't even know that they are raped because they don't have the same definition as we have, and especially that goes for immigrant women in Norway. So that is also an issue. So I will very quick show you some of the help services we have in Norway for victims of sexual assault and rape. And you probably have a lot of the same in your country. We have a lot of assault centers in Norway, and they are often organized in emergency departments, so they are where the doctors are. And the services, and I must say all of these services are free of charge, and they comprise counseling in safe surrounding and medical examination in order to detect, treat, or prevent injuries and infection. They test the clients for pregnancy and for sexual transferable diseases. And they also do a forensic examination to secure evidence. And they help to contact the police if you want to talk to the police, because no one can demand that of you. And they even help you even though the assault took place a while ago. So if you were raped 3 weeks ago, you can still go to this assault center. So you will also get help to contact a solicitor, and that is also free of charge, regardless of whether the assault has been reported to the police or not. And you will get information about following up service, crisis shelters, and other places to get help. So that is one of the services we have. And then, of course, we have the crisis centers, the shelters in Norway, and they are low-threshold services to victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse. And the shelters are for all gender, for women, for men, and for trans persons, and that the law demands of us in Norway. And, of course, also their children. The crisis center should offer housing, protection, safety, advice, support, guidance, and help in contacting other parts of the public services. And it includes a 24-hour helpline, residential facilities, a daytime provision, and following up during the re-establishment phase. There are today 43 crisis centers in Norway. So in 2010, the crisis center provision was made a statutory responsibility for Norwegian municipalities. That means that every municipality in Norway are obliged to give crisis center and shelter services to their inhabitants. The state support for crisis center measures has been included in the municipal budget, but we don't get enough money, so therefore we are not able to give the services that the government demand of us. The services should be free and they should be available 24/7, and it includes both telephone service, day center and accommodation. So there is a debate these days in Norway because the Crisis Center Act demands the municipality to keep the residential facilities for women and men kept apart. So they are physically separate services, but still a few of the shelters want to take in both men and women, and it's a lot of issues around that. So we have a big debate these days in Norway. So, as far as today, I think it's a really bad idea because we see how women also inside the shelters are meeting the power of the men. Yeah, we have a lot of net resources, and what you see here is a help site on the internet, which is a guide to help services. So all the help services in Norway are mentioned on this site. It's called dinutvei.no, and that means your way out, your way out. And we have also Dixie, that are resource centers against sexual assault. We have helplines for sexual abuse. We have helpline for domestic abuse. We have helpline for human trafficking. And we also have helpline for forced marriage and genital mutilation. So as you see, there has been a big, the government has used a lot of money and resources to give help on the internet, because that is where we meet people these days. So what is all new is that we have got a new website with a chat for younger people. This is a new initiative aimed to people between the age of 16 and 25 who are in unhealthy or violent conditions. The Young Relationships Chat is a national helpline for young people. And the chat is answered by professionals with broad experience in the field of violence. So in that way, we are trying to reach also the young people. And then, this is also quite new, we have got a digital tool who especially is made for people who need information in an easy to understand way. That can be immigrants, but the main goal for this site is people with cognitive disabilities. So it's very easy with movies or films that explain what is a rape, what is a sexual assault, and so on. And then we have a few more tools in Norway of external safety. We have the shelter, as I said. We have public prosecution on violence in a relationship and also sexual abuse. And then if you are exposed to that, you will have a public solicitor, so free of charge, lawyer free of charge. You can, from the police, get a violence alarm, and they can even use electronic anklets on the perpetrator. And they have for so many years had that possibility, and still they never use it. It's almost never used in Norway, because in Norway we have an attitude that it should be the victim who should carry the burden of the violence and the sexual assault. So the same goes for restraining orders. It's not very often used. And also witness protection that gives the victim secret address, identity change, protection of public and private records, and relocation. So we are struggling even in Norway. this is the last, my last slide, because I think I should mention that I, with 2 other persons, a lawyer and a consultant, made a book for victims of violence and abuse. And this is like a handbook or what do you call it? Manual. It's a manual so that you can always know what to do if you are exposed to violence or abuse, because it's very confusing in the Norwegian system where to go, where to get help. Do I need a lawyer? Do I need to go to the assault center and so on? So we made like a recipe for how to do it when you need help. So that book is just in Norwegian right now, but we are applying to funding so that we also can translate it, at least at English. So that was what we had to say. This, Rachel, do you?
Yeah. I just want to conclude by saying that despite all this that you have also taken up, Anya, about all that is being done in Norway, we still are struggling with rape and sexual assault and violence against women. It feels like every time you take 1 step forward, you're taking 2 steps back. But in that context, I still want to say that the Istanbul Convention does give a light of hope, and it sets standards which, if states ratify the convention, they are obliged to comply with the convention and its obligations. So it is an good and important mechanism to use, because the Istanbul Convention acknowledges that violence against women is both a cause and a consequence of inequality between men and women. So it is based on the principles of the human rights of women and girls. So it is one of the hopeful instruments that we do have. So,
right, thank you very much.
Try to use the standards, at least, of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you put back your headphones so we can continue? I don't want to start without you understanding what we were planning to do next. Taigi išgirdom iš tikrųjų įdomių pranešimų tiek apie tai, kas
We have listened to a number of interesting presentations also on what is going on in Norway, but is lacking in Lithuania. And now I think we can dedicate 15 or 20 minutes to a discussion, and then we have to adopt a resolution which is included in our agenda. I think I will have a question to each of the panelists.
Tai įsivaizduokim taip, kad mes girdėjom Norvegijoje ir su gydytoja truputėlį aptarėm apie tai, kad Norvegijoje šalyje, kur yra 5 milijonų gyventojų,
where the population is 5.5 million, in Lithuania we have about 2.8 million. And in Lithuania we have about 300 reports on articles of the Penal Code of 149, 150 and 151, while in Norway there are about 3,000 reports. Well, the estimated number of sexual violence is 8,000. So now I would like to ask all of you, and first I address the Lithuanian panelists. What do you think? What can we do?
Peršoktumėm bent jau, nežinau, kokius 2,000 kas metus Lietuvoje pradėtų ikiteisminių.
In order to have more pre-trial investigations, for example, 1,500.
Nes jūsų šiuo atveju pozicijos yra skirtingos.
You have a different position, so from your point of view, what do you think? What do we need to do?
Ir nepasiseka, kai arčiausiai tada kalbi pirmiausias. Noriu pasakyti, kad šiaip iš principo visi gydytojai, kurie rūpi, jie žino, ką daryti.
That all doctors who care, they know what to do. It's not their fault, and it's not their responsibility
tų kreipimusi yra
that
mažai, ženkliai mažiau negu jų turėtų būti,
there are
nes mes
very
tiesiog,
few cases of reporting
saugios aplinkos,
crime,
nepaisant to, kad galim,
because we cannot ensure safe environment, despite the fact that we can, and we have the possibilities to do everything for the sexual violence victim not to lose the case.
Bet, kaip ir sakiau savo kalbos metu,
as I said during my presentation,
tokia košė makalošė, tai nemanau, kad kas
until the system is going to be like this, until the victims have to wait in the general line, until they have to wait for a long time to receive proper assistance, and until we have a separate team working 24 hours and working in a separate box somewhere. And I remember in one meeting of EU experts, they talked about a focal point which can be near the hospital. Let's imagine if, well, I don't wish, but if something like this happens to us, would we want to go through the public condemnation, the social, medical, and legal burden, while all of this assistance has to be in one place?
Kantriai žingsnelis po žingsneliam ruošiam ir yra apie tai, kad turi būti vienas.
All of these textbooks are about the fact that Lithuania has to have one center where a woman or a man could feel safe. This is my comment. Thank you very much. Now, since we have two lawyers, I would like to ask you, what do you think? Will the Lithuanian Parliament adopt amendments to the Penal Code fast, or shall we wait for the document from the International Court, from the EU Court of Justice? Well, I think that everything depends on the mentality. It is possible that the court in Strasbourg will issue its judgment more rapidly than the Lithuanian Parliament will adopt the provisions. The education has to be in place. And a certain culture has to prevail. I understand that this may be expensive, but The officials have to be taught on how to work with the victims. Quite often, instead of assistance, victims are criticized. Or sometimes victims are not understood. One cannot say, I understand what you are going through. The entire culture has to change for women start to report the crimes. Besides that, each person has a sense of shame and is probably accusing himself or herself for being subjected to this. Therefore, a holistic assistance provided by psychologists has to be in place. And the assistance could be provided after a week or a month after the violence, when the person feels strong enough to tackle this. Thank you. Now, I could add to this comment that after the Me Too wave, legal changes were made in many of the states. In Lithuania, we did not have that. Have we missed out on this? Or in the case of child protection reform, we had to see a few deaths of children. How can we increase the number of reports? It's hard to forecast. Quite often things take longer than expected, and we feel despair. In Spain, the consent was included into the legislation only this year, so we still have time. Regarding the number of notifications, in 2018, in Sweden, when this provision was introduced, the number of reports went up by 75%. One could say that the number of violent crimes increased, but in fact it did not. It was just underreported. I do see the link with the hatred crimes. The officials represent their way of thinking that is typical to the entire society. Quite often they may produce a homophobic behavior, and it's very prevalent in Lithuania to accuse victims, and one wouldn't want to experience that when seeking assistance. Therefore, I'm very happy that we are speaking about this. I hope it will not take 8 or 10 years, but we'll see. Let's hope that only 8 years will be enough. Evelina, the question is to you. How shall we move towards the culture of consent?
Žinoma, tas yra labai svarbu, bet čia turbūt panašiai kaip ir su smurto artimoje aplinkoje.
It's probably very similar to domestic
violence. The culture will not change. Legal regulation is important. It's as if we have a real sexual violence and the sexual violence that is not real. It is very important to provide a long-term assistance to the victims, because quite often people may notify about the crime even 17 years later. Therefore, they need a long-term assistance in order to overcome the trauma. They have to understand what has happened, to accept that they were not to blame because of what has happened. It's a very hard process, and a person has to be accompanied, and a long-term assistant is needed. Therefore, I'd suggest establishing the centers that could provide long-term assistance.
Now, my question is addressed to Rachel and Vanya. You have said that a lot needs to be changed. What is motivating your society to change things and adopt the decisions? You have mentioned the Istanbul Convention as one of the sources, but is it a sufficient motivator for the changes, or do you feel the input of society regarding this, regarding the adoption of the necessary decisions?
Well, if I start first, I think that the Istanbul Convention is not the main cause for the common man in the streets. What is more important is that we have, in fact, high numbers in Norway. And Norway is a very peaceful and safe country, and still it can be the most dangerous place for a woman to be. We have high numbers of sexual abuse, we have high numbers of domestic violence, and I think when we see in public, in media, that people are waiting up to between 2 and 3 years before their case are coming to court, that is what really affects people. That is what makes people eager to make a change. Yes, but maybe you will say something.
I think also in Norway has had a history of a strong women's movement. I must say that today it is getting weaker, the women's movement. We have to admit that. But Norway has had a history of a very strong women's movement and strong activism. And there has been a good cooperation between women activists on the ground, women politicians in parliament, and women researchers. So they have, in a way, collaborated with each other in order to bring about changes in society and bring issues like violence against women, sexual assault, rape, to the socio-political agenda. And, but I also still think that legal reform and laws are important because they have a huge normative effect. You don't see the effect today or tomorrow or maybe the day after tomorrow, but in time it does change. It does make a paradigm shift of understanding of the situation, and it has to, in my opinion, it has to lead to a correction of the inequalities between men and women. So, yeah.
I would like to add, because from my point of view, from my experience, I think mostly of the resistance against changing the law in Norway comes from the police, from the lawyers, and from the court. And I think the police, they are stressed about getting more tasks with no resources. And the same goes for the court. They think it will be very difficult to handle these cases. So when we in Norway try to turn the arguments a little around and we start talking about prevention, and we said, and I'm almost embarrassed to admit this, because once again we are sharing the responsibility, but we say, okay, so let us talk about how young girls and young boys are socializing. And what we know is that they talk a different language, they don't understand each other's culture. So if we get the law of consent, then we will learn young people what it needs, what that no means no and everything. And once again, we take the responsibility away from the boys and the men. And we say, oh, it's not their fault, it's just so hard to understand all these women. So we have to learn boys to understand this very weird girl culture, but it's not the issue, because the issue is that they are stepping across limits, they are abusing, they are violating. But when the debate put the responsibility like equally on both gender, then it was suddenly so much easier to talk about. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Yes.
Thank you very much. With the conference drawing to an end, I did my best to have a policy draft document, and if I needed to write a strategy, I would indicate that the majority of doctors are prepared to provide assistance. However, we lack the basic basis and assistance to the victims. We need one center that could provide a standards on how to provide assistance. That officers of pre-trial investigation must have specialized knowledge, or even special units. They would have to establish separate units for investigating this type of crimes, and that the normative change in legislation causes a more wider change. And our guests from Norway have said that cooperation between women activists and researchers and politicians produce positive results. Now, Lilia, the floor is yours. Please present the resolution.
Well, on behalf of the organizers, let me thank you all for the productive day, for the strong and significant presentations that will remain on the Seimas YouTube channel. I would personally like to thank Rachel. We have been working together since Beijing conference where we met. And this was the beginning of everything that happened afterwards in Lithuania. Let me stress that only those countries that use gender-sensitive language in the legal regulation, as it was said, Sweden has one since 2016. And again, going back to the culture of sexism, only once we get our people accustomed to sexism, what that means, what the structural imbalances of power mean, and once we get our people to understand that all of these issues are a matter of gender-based inequality, only then can we move to gender-sensitive language and discourse in this field. Only then can we expect any breakthrough. We were very successful in 2011. I was part of the working group at the time, and once again my thanks goes to Member of Parliament Dalia Kuodytė. Together with her, it only took us 3 years to draft the law on the prevention of domestic violence. The law provides on the crime as being a violation of human rights, and let me remind you once again that in 2010 there were more than 200 cases of domestic violence registered before the adoption of the law, and on the first day of the adoption of the law, the number of reports of domestic violence went up to 2,000. So the legal regulation is one of the most important issues, as well as the establishment of the centers that are focused on the victims, that can ensure the necessary environment of confidence that can provide the necessary assistance to the victims. So all in all, we have some good practices. It's a pity that our law on the protection of women against domestic violence has been weakened, but we do have an example which shows that the crime is stipulated as one that undermines human rights. Sure, I have to add that we should establish a methodological center, and we've approached members of the parliament in this respect. This would be a center where specialized assistance would be provided to victims of sexual abuse. Lilia, I would also add that it's 8 minutes to 5, and the broadcast of the meeting online will finish very quickly. Yes, thank you very much. I would just like to ask my colleague Evelina to read out the resolution, and if members agree, perhaps we'll be able to supplement the resolution. Just for your attention, we would just like to read out the resolution that we've drafted.
Konferencijos Moterų žmogaus teisės Lietuvoje 2022 rezoliucijos projektas.
Draft resolution reads out as follows. We, members of the and organizers of the event, having listened to the presentations of the conference and having accumulated the know-how in the field of fight against domestic violence and discrimination against women, have drafted the following resolution with the following recommendations for stakeholder institutions, such as the Committee on Human Rights, the Speaker of the Seimas office, the Ombudsperson for the equal opportunities for women and men, the stakeholder institutions, including the police department. We are convinced that the implementation of such recommendations will meet the priorities of society, and they would include implementation of the strategies at the different levels. First of all, we agree with the CEDAW recommendations for Lithuania to establish a comprehensive monitoring system for the implementation of the different institutional practices and establishment of the different practices in view of the human rights situation in Lithuania. We are convinced that the institutional mechanisms must be immediately re-established. We agree with the gender equality indexes demonstrating that Lithuania is still lagging behind other countries. We agree with the establishment of the monitoring instrument for the law on the protection of women against domestic violence and establishment of the measures that would focus on the hindrances to the implementation of the law. We support the establishment of the advisor to the Prime Minister for the rights of the women. We support the implementation of the CEDAW recommendations providing for the sexual harassment, sexual abuse as being one of the crimes of discrimination against women.
And also to have a provision that specialized centers have to be established, to establish a separate order against for the protection of the women who experience the violence, to remove this provision from the mediation law, to establish a national reproduction strategy and to improve the accessibility of contraception, to conduct a sex education at schools, make efforts for naming the gynecological violence, to establish two-tier assistance, the emergency assistance as well as long-term psychological assistance, starting from the establishment of one center, to develop a culture of sexual relations, to review the articles of the Penal Code by adding that any sexual relations without consent have to be punished. Thank you very much. I think we will be able to see the finalized resolution and we will be able to sign it. Well, I hope our guests understood the interpretation of this quick reading. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for your attendance. Today, I feel like I have learned a lot, and I hope we will continue our work. Have a nice evening.